All right. Thank you very much. And I request the distinguished guests to kindly join their seats on the dais. मैं हमारे माननीय पर्यटन मंत्री जी से निवेदन करती हूँ कि वो अपनी सीट डायस पर इसके बाद ले लें. And along with him, Mr. Roshan Pavaiya also, editor, financialexpress.com, and Mr. Mukesh Singh, Senior VP and Revenue Head, Indian Express Online Media. All right, so let's take this day further. It is my absolute pleasure to first invite Mr. Roshan Pavaiya, editor, financialexpress.com, to deliver the welcome note. Everybody, please put your hands together and welcome him on the stage.
Good morning, namaste, and a very warm welcome to everyone in the room. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Shri Satpal Maharaj Ji for coming and gracing this event. To all our esteemed guests, delegates, fellow adventure enthusiasts, we have a lot who've come from different parts of Uttarakhand, from Delhi. I'd like to welcome you all to this event. It is an honor to greet you all today here in Dehradun, in Devbhoomi, which is the heart of Uttarakhand. It is a land of gods, and it's known as the land of gods for a reason, and especially for adventure tourism. जब भी आप सोचते हैं river rafting चले, the first place that comes to mind is Rishikesh. It is the river rafting capital of India. It is also one of the holiest places, the holiest states in India, क्योंकि यहाँ पे you have Badrinath, Kedarnath, Joshmat, all the temples, Yamunotri, Gangotri, everything in Uttarakhand. So, you know, it is why people come here for different reasons, for adventure sport, whether it is paragliding, whether it is skiing in Auli, or trekking through the Valley of Flowers. All of this comes together in Uttarakhand, and while we have so much happening, we also need to ensure that we are conscious of how we are promoting tourism in Uttarakhand. It has to be sustainable. We have to take care of the environment. And at the same time, with adventure tourism also, we have to ensure that there are proper regulations, that there are proper safety checks, because as you know, India has a huge domestic population who are now traveling a lot, and in the hope of getting more and more people to Uttarakhand, we shouldn't compromise on safety. The market for adventure tourism in India is growing rapidly. There's an 18% year-on-year growth. We hope to be at, it was approximately 1.4 lakh crore last year in 2024. And we hope that by 2033, it will be 7 lakh crore. That is the size of the adventure tourism market, the tourism market in India, and Uttarakhand is a key part of that. I also need to make a mention about the infrastructure. So while we are promoting adventure tourism in Uttarakhand, we need to ensure that we also have proper infrastructure built up to accompany the kind of tourism that we will be attracting. So it is a path that is exciting, yet we need to take care of these few things. And I would like to thank the Uttarakhand Tourism Department for partnering with us on this event, and the government of Uttarakhand for powering the event, as well as Meghalaya tourism also, where we have done these kind of events in the past. And we're hoping to not just restrict it to Uttarakhand as well, we are hoping to also do similar initiatives in Bihar, with Uttar Pradesh, with Maharashtra and Gujarat. With that, I welcome you all to this Adventure Tourism Meet 2025 in Uttarakhand, and hope we have some very engaging sessions through the day. While Shri Satpal Singh Maharaj ji is here right now, we are also expecting our Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Pushkar Singh Dhami ji, to also be at this event very soon. Thank you all.
Hello. Thank you very much, sir. And before we go any further, हम आगे बढ़ने से पहले मैं निवेदन करना चाहेंगे हमारे माननीय पर्यटन मंत्री जी से कि कृपया आप अपना स्थान मंच पर ग्रहण करें, क्योंकि आपका यहाँ पर स्थान सुनिश्चित किया गया है. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Along with him, I would also like to request Mr. Roshan Pavaiya, sir, editor financialexpress.com, to please join us on the stage. Well, right after this, it gives me immense happiness to invite Mr. Abhishek Rohilla, ACEO UTDB, to be here on the stage and give a special address to all of you. Everybody, please put your hands together.
Honorable Tourism Minister Shri Satpal Maharaj ji, Roshan Pavaiya ji, Editor-in-Chief Financial Express, Mukesh Kumar ji, distinguished guests, and all the adventure enthusiasts who are participating in this August gathering, I welcome you all. Good morning, all of you. It gives me immense pleasure to speak today about vast and vibrant tourism potential of our beautiful state Uttarakhand, which is truly called a heaven for tourists. Blessed by the Himalayas, our state is not just rich in natural beauty, but also it is deeply spiritual. From Haridwar to Rishikesh to Badrinath ji, Kedarnath ji, Jageshwar Dham, the state is dotted with various sacred destinations which attract a large number of tourists and pilgrims across the India and from the world. The spiritual tourism is the bedrock and backbone of our economy, and we preserve and endeavor to enhance this heritage with pride. However, the vision of tourism department in Uttarakhand goes beyond it, and we are actively working to diversify our tourism portfolio and profile. While Uttarakhand is a year-round destination for the tourists, and we are have launched in the field of adventure tourism. We are leveraging Uttarakhand's unique geography and climate to promote thrilling experience. Rishikesh, which is already a famous whitewater rafting and bungee jumping site, and attracts a large number of professionals of adventure from all over the world. While Oli has breathtaking ski slopes, which can be developed to a global standard. Munshari, a gem in Pithoragarh, is a hotspot for trekking and high-altitude adventure sports. Also, Tihri Lake, which is a beautiful, expansive lake, offers immense opportunities for water sports, boating, jet skiing, paragliding. To further promote structured and safe adventure tourism, we have launched the concept of Trek of the Year, which focuses and puts spotlight on lesser known trekking routes and brings them to the forefront. And we are trying to bring these trek routes to the mainstream tourism. Also, UTDB, Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board, has signed a MOU with National Institute of Water Sports to build our capacity in water-based adventure sports, ensuring professional standards and high-quality training. Recognizing the importance of involvement of local people in tourism, we have initiated paragliding training programs for the youth of Uttarakhand. And to further raise the level of paragliding enthusiasts and give the exposure to the local youth, we had recently organized Acro Festival in Tihri, which attracted paragliding professionals from all over the world as well as the country. Recently, we even organized a rafting championship in Champawat, and with growing interest, we plan to scale it to an Uttarakhand also offers wide range of experience in angling economy. To ensure the highest standards of safety and regulation, UTDB has formulated comprehensive safety guidelines for adventure sports like paragliding and rafting. And we are in the process of formulating guidelines for many other forms of adventure sports. These guidelines align with national and international best practices and standards, and we try to work in hand with local stakeholders. We also seek continued support from associations which are associated with adventure sports to create an ecosystem which is not only robust but also congenial for the growth of adventure sports in the state. Institutes like Nehru Institute of Mountaineering in Uttarkashi remain our key partner for training the youth as well as showcasing the skills, also support us in our expedition initiatives. Also, Honorable Minister, we propose that adventure annual meet can be conducted every year involving adventure tour operators from all over the country, where we also learn from the experiences of other states and try to improve our tourism profile furthermore. In closing remark, I would like to reaffirm our commitment to make Uttarakhand a global adventure and wellness destination while continuing to serve as a spiritual heart of the country. I invite you all to partner in our exciting journey to explore, experience, and elevate the incredible potential of Devbhoomi. Jai Hind, Jai Uttarakhand. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much, Abhishek sir. I request you to kindly join us on the dais. So, ladies and gentlemen, we all know that mountains are the hot spot for adventure, but apart from the adventure, mountains also offer us peace and, beauty, scenic beauty. Well, this day is more than just a gathering of industry experts. It's a celebration of India's dynamic adventure tourism ecosystem, from the snow-fed rivers of Uttarakhand to the remote valleys of Ladakh, from cutting-edge innovations in glamping to the cultural vibrancy of community-led tourism. Well, this day is definitely turning out to be an insightful one for all of us, and we are going to get a lot of things today. Well, moving further, now it gives me immense happiness and pleasure to invite our Honorable Minister of Tourism, Shri Satpal Maharaj, on the podium and address all of us with his views. Sir, आपका मार्गदर्शन हमारे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है. मैं आपसे निवेदन करती हूँ कि अपने विचार हम सभी के साथ में साझा करें. Please put your hands together.
श्री अभिषेक रोहेला जी, ACEO पर्यटन, एडिटर फाइनेंशियल एक्सप्रेस, श्री रोशन पोवैया जी, श्री मुकेश कुमार जी, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट रेवेन्यू, मंच पर उपस्थित मेरे सभी सहयोगी एवं विभाग के समर्पित अधिकारीगण, देश विदेश से पधारे हमारे साहसिक पर्यटन क्षेत्र के प्रतिनिधिगण, मीडिया के साथियों और देवभूमि उत्तराखंड की धरती से जुड़े सभी रोमांच प्रेमी भाइयों और बहनों, सबसे पहले मैं इस महत्वपूर्ण एडवेंचर टूरिज्म मीट की संकल्पना और आयोजन के लिए इंडियन एक्सप्रेस ऑनलाइन मीडिया को हार्दिक धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। हिमालय के हृदय स्थल उत्तराखंड में एडवेंचर टूरिज्म मीट में आए साहसी विशेषज्ञ, उद्यमी और खोजकर्ताओं को इस प्रतिष्ठित सभा को संबोधित करते हुए मुझे बेहद प्रसन्नता हो रही है। मैं आप सभी को साहसिक पर्यटन महोत्सव 2025 के तहत दिल से स्वागत करता हूं। यह अवसर केवल आंकड़े या गतिविधि बताने का नहीं, बल्कि उत्तराखंड की नई साहसिक पहचान को दुनिया के सामने लाने का है। उत्तराखंड ने हमेशा से श्रद्धा, संस्कृति और प्राकृतिक सौंदर्य के लिए एक खास स्थान बनाया है, लेकिन अब हम साहसिक पर्यटन की राजधानी के रूप में एक नया रंग भरने जा रहे हैं। मुझे गर्व है कि हमें बीते कुछ वर्ष में न केवल योजनाएं बनाई हैं, बल्कि ज़मीनी स्तर पर उन्हें साकार भी किया है। और इसके साथ साथ जो हमारी जल आधारित गतिविधियां रही रिवर राफ्टिंग की, उसके बारे में जो जानकारी मुझे मिलेगी मैं आपको दूंगा। इस वर्ष 2024 में 3,56,000 पर्यटक राफ्टिंग के लिए उत्तराखंड आए। 2025 में यह संख्या 2,16,000 को पार कर चुकी है और अभी भी हमारे पास समय है। इससे 100 करोड़ से अधिक की धनराशि का कारोबार और 2100 से अधिक युवाओं को रोजगार मिला है। हमने स्थानीय युवाओं को प्रशिक्षण और महिलाओं को विशेष प्रोत्साहन देकर इस क्षेत्र को समावेशी बनाया है। वायु आधारित गतिविधियां पैराग्लाइडिंग 2024-25 में 47,689 पर्यटकों ने पैराग्लाइडिंग का अनुभव लिया। 69 टैंडम पायलट और 16 कंपनियों के माध्यम से 200 लोगों को प्रत्यक्ष रोजगार इससे मिला है। बंजी जंपिंग, मुझे न्यूजीलैंड जाने का मौका मिला और मुझे उस ब्रिज पे भी जाने का मौका मिला जहां से बंजी जंपिंग प्रारंभ हुआ था। जब लोग वहां से बंजी जंपिंग कर रहे थे तो फायर ब्रिगेड आ गया कि यू कांट जंप, दिस इज हाराकिरी। तो उन्होंने बताया कि साहब ये बड़ा सेफ है, इसके अंदर सारा हमारा सेफ्टी चीज़ें हैं। तो उन्होंने आदमी के वजन के बराबर उसमें एक सामान बांधा और फिर उसको गिराया। जब वो बिल्कुल सेफली रहा, झूलता रहा, तब उन्होंने बड़ी मुश्किल से परमिशन दी और वहाँ से बंजी जंपिंग शुरू हुई है। ऋषिकेश बंजी जंपिंग का सबसे बड़ा एडवेंचर पार्क है। यहाँ बंजी जंपिंग हाइट 83 मीटर ऊंची है। साहसिक पर्यटन गतिविधियों के लिए प्रसिद्ध संस्था एज हैकेट इंटरनेशनल अब उत्तराखंड में भी बंजी जंपिंग सहित कई अन्य एडवेंचर प्रोजेक्ट्स जो है संचालित करेगी। और मुझे बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि यहाँ देश विदेश से काफ़ी लोग आ रहे हैं जो ये चाहते हैं कि पूरे एरिया को डेवलप किया जाए, उसमें होटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लाया जाए और उसके साथ साथ जो हमारे एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स हैं उनको भी यहाँ पर बड़े प्रभावशाली रूप से किया जाए। इसके अंदर सेफ्टी फीचर की बहुत ज़रूरत है और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब यहाँ से ट्रैक्स जाते हैं तो मेरे पास ये आई थी समस्या कि साहब हमारे पास सैटेलाइट फ़ोन होने चाहिए। ट्रैकिंग में अगर हम फंस जाते हैं, कोई अवलांच आ जाता है तो हम कैसे कांटेक्ट करें। तो उसके लिए भी हमने केंद्र सरकार को लिखा कि सैटेलाइट फ़ोन शुड बी परमिटेड टू दिस पीपल। तो ये संभव हुआ है। बाकी मेडिकल टूरिज़्म की बात की गई, वेलनेस टूरिज़्म की बात की गई, इसका बहुत बड़ा पोटेंशियल है। और हमारे उत्तराखंड के अंदर मैं समझता हूँ कि क्योंकि यहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा हम लोग केमिकल फर्टिलाइज़र का उपयोग करते हैं तो बीमारियाँ भी बहुत हैं, किडनी फेलियर भी बहुत हैं। तो मेडिकल टूरिज़्म का एक बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है। एम्स ऋषिकेश में हमारा स्थापित है, उसका लाभ उठाते हुए हम विदेश के इन्वेस्टर से भी बात कर सकते हैं, विदेश की एम्बेसी से भी बात कर सकते हैं कि अपने लोगों का ट्रीटमेंट कराने के लिए सस्ते में वो भारत को चुने। तो बड़ी संभावनाएं हमारे उत्तराखंड में हैं। इसमें ट्रैकिंग और माउंटेनियरिंग की हैं। उसके बाद वैश्विक मंच के अंदर जो हम करने जा रहे हैं, वर्ल्ड एक्रो पैराग्लाइडिंग फेस्टिवल, इंटरनेशनल एंगलिंग मीट करने जा रहे हैं। तो बड़ी संभावनाएं हमारे उत्तराखंड में हैं। और मैं समझता हूं कि जो हमारे होम स्टे हैं, कल भी मेरी सेक्रेटरी से बात हो रही थी होम स्टे के ऊपर, तो हमारे होम स्टे बड़े सक्सेसफुल हुए हैं। मुझे हिमाचल के कई मंत्रियों ने बधाई दी कि भाई आपका होम स्टे का प्रोग्राम बड़ा सक्सेसफुल है। हम चाहते हैं कि थोड़ा इसको एक्सपैंड करें और वो होम स्टे बने जो यहाँ के आर्किटेक्चर को लेकर के, पहाड़ी संस्कृति, पहाड़ी शैली को लेकर के जो बने हुए हैं, ऐसे होम स्टे को हम प्रमोट करें। पहाड़ी व्यंजन आपको खाने को मिले, तो इस प्रकार के होम स्टे हम चाहते हैं। होम स्टे हमारे बढ़ेंगे, कैपेसिटी बढ़ेगी, तो निश्चित रूप में हम ये भी आगे प्रचारित करेंगे कि कौन सा होम स्टे क्या चीज़ को स्पेशलाइज करता है। क्या वहाँ अच्छी रिवर राफ्टिंग होती है? क्या वहाँ से बर्ड वॉचिंग हो सकती है? क्या वहाँ से बटरफ्लाई वॉचिंग हो सकती है? क्या वहाँ से आप ट्रैक्स कर सकते हैं? ये सारी चीज़ों को लेकर के हम लोग करने जा रहे हैं। बाकी उत्तराखंड, जिसको गढ़वाल और कुमाऊं कहा जाता है, गढ़वाल के अंदर गढ़ थे, पहाड़ों के ऊपर गढ़ बने हुए थे जहाँ लोग सुरक्षित रहते थे। आज उन गढ़ों को भी हम रिवाइव कर रहे हैं ताकि आप देख सकें कि गढ़ों में लोग रहते थे। लोग अक्सर जाते हैं कि साहब यहाँ क्या है देखने को, तो वो गढ़ भी अब देखने को मिलेंगे। इस प्रकार से राजस्थान के अंदर काफ़ी गढ़ों को रिवाइव किया गया। तो हम ये भी आगे करना चाहेंगे कि हमारे जो पुराने मकान हैं, हेरिटेज की जो हमारी साइट्स हैं, उनको हम रिवाइव करें। तो निश्चित रूप में आप सबको बहुत बहुत मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। और इसमें मंथन करके हम चाहते हैं कि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया से इसका प्रचार प्रसार भी किया जाए। और मेरा तो आगे ये स्वप्न है कि हम इस प्रकार की साइट्स डेवलप करें जिससे हम क्लिक करने पर होटल से या अपने होम स्टे से 360 डिग्रीज हम क्या देख रहे हैं ये हमको दिखाई दे। तो निश्चित रूप में वहाँ से क्या दिखाई देगा ये देखने को हमें मिले। अभी अभी हाल ही में हमने कुछ हमारे डिफंक्ट ब्रिजेस हैं, नेशनल हाईवे बन गया, पुराना ब्रिज जो लोहे का ब्रिज है वो डिफंक्ट पड़ा है, टूटा पड़ा है। हमने कहा इस पर कैफेटेरिया बनाओ, इस पर होटल बनाओ, इस पर टॉयलेट्स बनाओ। लोगों ने इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है और ब्रिज के ऊपर होटल बनाया है, तो इससे हम सुविधाएं दे रहे हैं। और मुझे चक्रौता जाने का मौका मिला, तो पहले अंग्रेज लोग चक्रौता जाते थे, चिट्ठी लिखने को डाक बंगले में बैठते थे। और डाक बंगले इसलिए डाक बंगले कहे जाते थे कि वहां डाक लिखी जाती थी। अंग्रेज लोग बैठ करके डाक लिखते थे, घोड़ों से जाते थे। तो आज पीडब्ल्यूडी के पास ऐसी कई साइट्स हैं जो बहुत ही ब्यूटीफुल साइट्स हैं, जहां से पूरा हिमालय का दर्शन होता है, परंतु वो सब डायपलेटेड पड़ी हैं, टूटी पड़ी हैं और समाप्त हो चुकी हैं। उसको भी हम रिवाइव करना चाहते हैं कि तंबू लगे। आगे हमारा ये भी सोच है कि भाई हमारे जो बुग्याल हैं उसमें भी हम कैंपिंग कर सकें। हाई कोर्ट ने रोक लगाई है कि बुग्यालों को आप नहीं छेड़ेंगे, पर दुनिया के जितने भी बुग्याल हैं, किसी भी कंट्री के अंदर हैं, बुग्यालों में लोग रहते हैं। आजकल हमारे टेंट्स ऐसे बन गए हैं जिनके अंदर प्लाई लगी होती है, जिनके अंदर सारा फिक्सचर्स होते हैं, और बिना बुग्याल को डिस्ट्रॉय किए आप बुग्याल में रह सकते हैं, फैमिली के साथ रह सकते हैं। बच्चों को भी परिवार का एक सामप्य प्राप्त होता है, क्लोजनेस प्राप्त होती है, एंड द फैमिली दैट स्टेज टुगेदर लिव्स टुगेदर। तो ये एक बहुत बड़ा मौका है कि जब फैमिली साथ रहें और आगे बढ़ें। इसको भी हम डेवलप करना चाहते हैं। रिवर राफ्टिंग हो गया, कैनोइंग हो गया, ये तो निश्चित रूप में है। हम ये चाहते हैं कि जैसे कापाडोसिया के अंदर बलूनिंग होती है, बहुत बड़ा वहाँ उनका ये सेंटर है, ऐसे हमारे उत्तराखंड में भी बलूनिंग हो, जहाँ पर आपके इलेक्ट्रिक के वायर्स नहीं हैं, तो वहाँ पर ये काम किया जा सकता है। इसके साथ साथ पहाड़ों पर पहुँचने के लिए चाहे यमुनोत्री हो, चाहे केदारनाथ हो, चाहे आपका हेमकुंड साहब हो, आज रोपवे का निर्माण हो रहा है। मसूरी जाने के लिए भी रोपवे का निर्माण हो रहा है और रोपवे की टेक्नोलॉजी से आप आसानी से पहुंच जाएंगे बिना कंजेशन किए हुए। इसको भी हम लोग संभव कर रहे हैं। हमारे मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी जी का हमेशा रहता है कि नए नए आइडियाज़ को लाइए, इसको प्रमोट कीजिए, और निश्चित रूप में हमें ये सब चीज़ प्रमोट करनी है। मैं ये भी चाहूँगा कि आने वाले समय में पहाड़ पर यासर गोम्पा होता है, जिसको हम कैटरपिलर फंगस कहते हैं। ये कीड़ा जड़ी होती है और ये कीड़ा जड़ी में लार्वा निकलता है, बटरफ्लाई भी निकलती है, जो मर जाता है वो कीड़ा जड़ी बनती है। ये कीड़ा जड़ी कैसे एक्सट्रैक्ट की जाती है, इसका भी अभियान हो तो लोगों को एक्सपीरियंस आएगा कि ये कीड़ा जड़ी क्या चीज़ है। ये संजीवनी की तरह है, प्राणदायिनी है, और खासकर ये इम्यूनिटी को बढ़ाती है, इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर है। इस प्रकार की कई जड़ी बूटियाँ हमारे उत्तराखंड में हैं जो इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर हैं। स्वयं हमारे जो मोटा अनाज है, मिलेट्स हैं, मंडवा है, ये सब इम्यूनिटी बूस्टर्स हैं। और मुझे बड़ी खुशी हो रही है कि आपने ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट पेस्ट्री का नाम सुना होगा, जो जर्मनी के अंदर ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट है, उसको लेकर के एक पेस्ट्री बनाई गई। मुझे भी ब्लैक फॉरेस्ट जाने का मौका मिला। मैंने पूछा, भाई यहाँ क्या है, व्हाट इज़ ब्लैक अबाउट इट? कहने लगे, साहब द फॉरेस्ट इज सो डेंस कि सूरज की रोशनी नीचे नहीं आती है। उसी को चॉकलेट बना के पेस्ट्री बनाई। तो मैंने सारे देहरादून के बेकर्स को कहा कि भाई मेक ए गढ़वाली पेस्ट्री, मेक ए कुमाऊनी पेस्ट्री, मेक ए जौनसारी पेस्ट्री। और आज मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि बहुत से बेकर्स इन पेस्ट्रीज को बना रहे हैं। स्वयं आपके इस होटल के अंदर भी गढ़वाली, कुमाऊनी और जौनसारी पेस्ट्री बन रही हैं। तो हम चाहते हैं कि इनको बनाया जाए। आगे हम टिबेटन पेस्ट्री, नेपाली पेस्ट्री और भी हम पेस्ट्री बनाने जा रहे हैं, जिसके अंदर आपको पहाड़ का फ्लेवर मिलेगा। हमारा पहाड़ी कुजीन, आज जितने भी 5 स्टार होटल हैं वहाँ आपको उत्तराखंड की थाली खाने को मिलेगी। तो निश्चित रूप में लोग इसके फूड को रिलिश कर रहे हैं और हम ये चाहते हैं कि उत्तराखंड के भोजन को हम प्रचारित प्रसारित करें। तो एडवेंचर टूरिज्म के लिए मैं निश्चित रूप में बहुत बहुत बधाई दूंगा और चाहूँगा कि नए आइडियाज़ का समावेश हो और हम आगे बढ़ें। और जैसे ये देवभूमि है जहाँ देवता मानव के हृदय के अंदर प्रवेश करते हैं, मानव को जागृत करते हैं, इसी प्रकार से एडवेंचर से हम उत्तराखंड को आगे बढ़ाएंगे और इसको एक बहुत टूरिस्टिक डेस्टिनेशन बनाएंगे और नए आयाम से इसको लेकर के चलेंगे। इसके लिए जो भी आपकी आइडियाज़ मिलेंगे उनका स्वागत है और निश्चित रूप में हमारी सरकार उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करेगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much to our Honorable Minister of Tourism, especially for bringing light to all the possibilities in the areas of tourism. Thank you very much. Well, now, I would like to request Mr. Roshan Pavaiya to kindly felicitate our Honorable Minister of Tourism, Shri Satpal Maharaj. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause as we felicitate our guest of honor. Thank you very much, sir, for taking time out and being a special part of this event. Your presence means a lot. I would again like to request Mr. Roshan Pavaiya to kindly felicitate Mr. Abhishek Rohila, ACEO, Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board. Ladies and gentlemen, a big and loud round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful words that you shared with all of us. And now I would like to invite Mr. Sanjay Sindhwani, CEO, to kindly join us on the stage for a group photograph session along with our Honorable Tourism Minister and all the dignitaries on the dais. So everybody, can we all give a loud round of applause for this inaugural session? Thank you so very much. Thank you. So now it is time to take a pause for all of us, not a pause for the event, of course. It is time to get indulged in the rich musical heritage of our region. Yes, well, it is time for all of us to enjoy the soulful performance by our Uttarakhand Pahari band. Ladies and gentlemen, are you all excited for the session? Please put your hands together. And I request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly join the sofas as you will be able to enjoy the performance. So this performance is going to showcase the rich culture of Uttarakhand, the heritage of Uttarakhand. Well, we have our Uttarakhand Pahari band in the house. Right before they come, we just want to vacate the stage area. And right after this, we have so many sessions lined up for this day, where we are going to learn a lot of things. All right. So we'll take the cultural performance shortly. Before that, our next session is going to take us to the northeast area. Yes. With a huge round of applause, please welcome Mr. Philip F. Taryang, Assistant Director, Tourism, Government of Meghalaya, a passionate advocate for Meghalaya's unique tourism potential. He will share his insights into the state's evolving adventure offerings and community-driven initiatives. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause.
Very good morning to all of you. I want to especially thank the Honorable Tourism Minister from Uttarakhand, who has graced this gathering here and made it so much more meaningful. And I would like to thank also the Indian Express Group and all the other dignitaries and also the people present here at this very important gathering here this morning. And before I start, I'd just like to bring greetings from Meghalaya Tourism as well. In fact, the last event that we had was in Shillong. We had a wonderful event back then. We had tour operators, adventure enthusiasts from all over who participated in the event in Shillong. And in fact, the second edition, we are very, very happy to be part of this event as well. And I want to thank all of you that you are here, you have gathered here in this presence. So I'll just go quickly to the presentation. I have a very short presentation, and after that I have a short video as well about Meghalaya. And in fact, this is my second visit to Dehradun. We were here, in fact, as a team from Meghalaya Tourism back in 2023. We had come at that point of time for because in Shillong we are planning to come up with a ropeway project. So in 2023 we had come to do a bit of a study here for the ropeway project. And we are very happy to tell you also that we have a long association with Uttarakhand. In fact, we did a workshop last time on the trekking trails of Meghalaya, and for that we had sent a lot of our youth who are involved in trekking and adventure-related activities to Uttarakhand for an exposure visit. And in fact, a lot of our young people from Meghalaya visit Uttarakhand often. Rishikesh for the whitewater rafting and all that. So we have a good association with Uttarakhand. I'm very happy for that. And I feel that we should have more interaction because we have kind of a similar activity based offerings that we have between the state of Uttarakhand and Meghalaya. So it will bode well for us if we have a lot of learnings together as well. So moving on, I'll just move to the presentation. Just a brief about what Meghalaya is all about, what our offerings are. I won't take too much time on this. This is just the contribution of the GSDP and the footfall that we have. We are almost touching 20 lakh arrivals in Meghalaya as of now. And in fact, the brief that we have about Meghalaya is, we have one of the cleanest rivers. I know you must have heard about it. The Prime Minister also has talked about that river in his Mann Ki Baat address. So that is one of the, we also have the cleanest village also. So these are the offerings that we have in Meghalaya. And in fact, this has been possible only because of the initiative and the, of the community. The community have come together and worked together with the government, with the tourism department, and has made this possible. Of course, I still remember that when COVID struck, it was a huge impact in the entire world. And in fact, Meghalaya was also one of the states who felt, the impact of the COVID. And during that time, we had come together as a department to, with the community as well. We had thought, since everything was closed down, we thought, let us sit together and, brainstorm what we can do, because we knew that tourism would pick up again after COVID and all that. So when tourism picks up, what do we do then? Are we ready? And what are the steps that we should take? So based on that, we planned together with the tourism stakeholders and all that, and we came up with a revised tourism policy, which is here, the 5 core guiding principles: employment generation, technology, community participation. We are we stress a lot on community participation. So this was the outcome of the brainstorming that we had during the lockdown period. We had online meetings with stakeholders. And of course, the tourism policy also talks about the 9 thrust areas. These are the 9 thrust areas that we are, focusing on. Experiential tourism is one of them. Your tourist safety, and of course, standards. So tourist safety would be on adventure tourism and all that as well. So a brief about the tourism policy and the SDG alignment, how we align also with the Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, the strategy, like you can see that we are, one of them is destination and product development, like procurement of adventure equipment, scuba diving, trekking and all that. So in fact, yesterday as I was traveling to Dehradun, I couldn't participate in the meeting. There was a meeting in Shillong regarding helping young entrepreneurs, because there are a lot of schemes and funding that we give to the youth, and we are coming up with a project where we will fund youth to get training in adventure-related activities, and also to help them in procuring equipment, because a lot of young entrepreneurs are there who are trained, who want to do a lot of programs in adventure-related activities. So we want to equip them by giving them equipment, by giving them the necessary training that they require. So all that we want to do under the CM Elevate program. We have tied up, in fact, to let you know that we have tied up with NIMAS in Arunachal Pradesh, is the National Institute of Mountaineering and Adventure Sports. In fact, we are sending about 40 youth, which we have already selected. We'll be sending them for training to Arunachal Pradesh. And similarly, NIMAS will also come to Meghalaya. In fact, they are doing scuba diving and all that in that river, which I had mentioned earlier, the cleanest river. So we have scuba diving training and all that will be done there. So that's a kind of engagement we are having with NIMAS and other organizations as well. So as you can see, these are the pictures that talks about the adventure-related activities in Meghalaya, which is bungee jumping and whitewater activities there, like caving. So I'd like to talk a bit about caving as well later on. Like if you see, we have whitewater rafting that is a big draw in Meghalaya right now. A lot of people from all over the world, they come. It's an annual activity which is held every year. It's a big draw among young enthusiasts and all that. So we've just had this program just recently, about 2 or 3 months back. We had this event, and we have this annually. That's the last event that we had back in 2024, and recently we had just a few months back. And of course, I wanted to talk about caving, which I said also caving is a huge draw again in Meghalaya. In fact, Meghalaya has one of the longest caves in the subcontinent. If you can see here, Krem Lightpra is the longest cave. So far about 34 kilometers has been mapped so far, so probably it'll be longer as well. So based on this, we are also from the department planning on setting up the National Caving Institute. The work on this is already in progress. We are discussing with the department, with the various agencies and all that, how we'll set up this, because we have the annual program on caving as well. that is done in Meghalaya. It's called the caving in the abode of clouds, which draws multiple participants, huge participation from across the world. So we have caving clubs from the UK, from the US, and all parts of the world who come and participate in caving activities in Meghalaya. So these are some of the caves, important caves. Maumlo is one under UNESCO's 100 International Union of Geological Sciences cave. It's a well-known cave. And under this, because of the importance of this cave, we also got funding from the Ministry, Government of India, to set up a caving experience center. So this will come up in the place called Cherrapunji in Sora. The work is already started there. So once this caving experiential center comes up, people will be able to visit this area, have it's a kind of a museum and learning center about caving and all that. And after that, you can go for the expedition for the caving as well. So this work is already under progress. This is under Swadesh Darshan scheme of the Government of India. And we would like to thank the ministry who are supporting us, always in our endeavor in adventure tourism. And these are some of the offerings I would like just to show you quickly. And of course, trekking, which I had mentioned earlier, we had done some work with Trek to Himalayas. We had done training for the youth and all that, so which is another big draw in Meghalaya. And of course, the other offerings you can see here, the trekking trails. We have also developed an app where people can access the app and get details about the trekking route they want to go to, in terms of bookings and learning about the trek before they go for the adventure as well. So apart from that, of course, the biking tours that we have, which is another big draw in Meghalaya. And of course, zip lining, which is there, and about multiple areas that we have. And that is the Umgot River that I was talking to you about, where the scuba diving and all that activities happens every year. Like I said, we have just tied up with Nimas. They want to set up the training center here in Dauki. It's a place called Dauki. It's a cleanest river. The specialty about this river is that a lot of people, in fact, when they come, they say, how can scuba diving? Scuba diving is associated mainly, people think about ocean and all that. But the difference here is that it's a clean river. The kind of, ecology of the entire area is different. So once you do, ocean diving and all that, and river diving is completely different. So this gives you a complete different experience altogether. So like that, there are some youths who are already involved here. And right now, Nimas from Arunachal Pradesh, they want to set up a center here as well for the training. And we are working with them also to help them out. And we'll be, like I said, sending out youths for this training as well. So this is just a few of the offerings that I'd like to talk to you about Meghalaya. In fact, apart from that, we have huge activity across the state, which of course I will not want to mention here because that'll take some time. But if you want to know more about Meghalaya, please do visit our website. And I would also welcome all of you to visit Meghalaya as well, to get an experience about what the offerings of the state can have. And in fact, just yesterday evening when we had a quick round table discussion among all the other stakeholders, we were thinking about astro-tourism and all that, which we have started initially in a small way, but I think it could be a big draw also. I think it's happening in a big way in Uttarakhand also. I've just seen some of the work that's been done. So that is something we would like to also have. I think that'll be a good initiative. I think we can learn what Uttarakhand has done in that field also. Probably we can have cross-learnings across this as well. So thank you. I'll just stop that. And in fact, after that, I just have a short video. So just experience that video. So it'll give you a glimpse of what Meghalaya is all about. And I would like to thank all of you again, once again, for having come here for this program. And we in for Meghalaya Tourism, we are very happy to be part of this event with Indian Express and with all of you. And I would like to thank the Honorable Tourism Minister again for having graced this occasion with us and for having come here with his presence. And also, I would like to thank the Chief Minister also, I believe will be here later. And I would like to thank the Uttarakhand government for having given their wholehearted participation to this event, and all other stakeholders, officials from Uttarakhand government. I would like to thank all of them, and greetings again from Meghalaya Tourism to all of you. Please enjoy the video, and thank you once again.
Hello. Thank you very much, Mr. Philip F. Tairang, to taking us on a tour to Meghalaya. Well, now I would like to request Mr. Mukesh Singh, Senior Vice President and Revenue Head, to kindly felicitate Mr. Philip F. Tairang on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your vast heritage, the heritage of Meghalaya, the culture of Meghalaya, and tourism of Meghalaya right before us. Right after this, I request Mr. Mukesh Singh to kindly stay on the stage as we invite you to deliver the vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Indian Express Group, I would like to extend our deepest welcome and gratitude to all esteemed delegates for making it here to attend our seminar on adventure tourism today. We would like to first thank Sri Satpal Maharaj Ji, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of Uttarakhand, for his address and inspiring vision for adventure tourism in Uttarakhand. Your thoughts on the rich potential of Uttarakhand's unique landscapes for adventure tourism have truly set the tone for our discussions. Thank you for your continued support. Our sincere thanks also go to Shri Abhishek Rohila Ji, Additional Secretary Tourism, Government of Uttarakhand, for your valuable contributions and efforts of the Government of Uttarakhand in promoting adventure activities are truly commendable. And we are honored by your presence and participation. We would also like to thank Mr. Cyril V. Darlong Dingdo, IAS, Director of Tourism, Government of Meghalaya, and MD Meghalaya Tourism Development, for his efforts to showcase Meghalaya as a prime destination are deeply appreciated. Thank you once again for your presence. We look forward to a very engaging day today, filled with insights and learnings. And we assure you for our continued collaboration to promote adventure tourism across our beautiful, diverse country, India. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And moving forward, we have a AV which will showcase the tourism of Uttarakhand. So can we have the AV for Uttarakhand tourism? So this was the short tour to Uttarakhand, and here we had a look on the divine beauty of our state. Thank you very much. Moving further, now we have the cultural performance by our band. Ladies and gentlemen, please give our band a warm welcome on the stage. So, this performance showcased our tradition, the rich heritage, the culture of Uttarakhand. यहाँ पर आप सभी ने देखा that we had our pahadi folks with pahadi instruments, folk instruments called dhol damo. So dhol damo का एक बहुत importance है, बहुत ज़्यादा importance है उत्तराखंड में, because these instruments are originated in Uttarakhand and यहाँ पे हर एक function में, हर एक occasion में ढोल दमो और बाकी हमारे जितने भी instruments हैं सभी चीज़ें बजती हैं. Thank you very much. Now, taking this day further, we have our discussion session, the panel discussion session, for which we are all looking forward. The title of which is Voices of the Hills, Community-Led Adventure Tourism Models. A conversation that brings together inspiring stories, responsible tourism, and new frameworks for inclusive growth. Please welcome back on stage our moderator for this session, Mr. Roshan Pavaiya, editor, financialexpress.com. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं. Well, this is the session we are all looking forward to, because this is going to take us through the topic deep dive. Also, we would like to welcome our three distinguished panelists on the stage, on the dais. Ms. Manisha Pandey, co-founder and MD, Village Ways, and director at the ICRT, that is International Center for Responsible Tourism, India Foundation, a pioneer in responsible tourism and rural hospitality. We have other two panelists with us, Mr. Lokesh Ohri, founder, Humanities Himalaya, and Been There, Doon That, an anthropologist and activist working at the intersection of heritage, ecology, and storytelling. Along with him, Mr. Mani Mahesh Arora, founder and CEO, Impact Investors, and co-founder of the Goat Villages, a visionary in regenerative tourism and eco-enterprise. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator and all the panelists on the dais. Now, handing over the session to Pavaiya sir, along with all the panelists. Over to you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone, once again. I hope you've seen quite a bit of what Uttarakhand can offer in the presentation that was just, which just happened, and in the honorable words of Tourism Minister Sri Satpal Maharaj ji, he outlined what all Uttarakhand can offer. Now here I have with me a panel who are working on different aspects of tourism when it comes to Uttarakhand. And one common thread that binds them all is that they're involving the local community also and empowering them when it comes to tourism in Uttarakhand. So I would like to actually start with, and this is the whole community-led model, how locals are being empowered to cater to tourism. I'd like to start with Manisha, who runs Village Ways, and just to ask her how they are going about empowering the local community to be an active part of tourism in Uttarakhand. Manisha.
Thank you for the question, and first of all, it is a great pride and honor to be here. Second time by the Indian Express, and the first time I was also in Meghalaya. So thank you for the opportunity, and also to Uttarakhand Tourism. With Village Ways, we set up an organization in 2005, and the concept was, we call it adventure, but we also say that we introduce something called walking holidays rather than trekking. And by that we meant that how people don't need to make a holiday just to reach from point A to point B. Because between the A and B, there are many different cultural aspects. There are many communities living within those areas, and it can't be that we bypass those communities and talk about tourism, because they are at the center of all this. And certainly the whole concept emerged around that. And we were set up initially to help 5 villages inside a very difficult area. When I say difficult, though it's very pristine and beautiful, it's a sanctuary. It's called Binsar. But they were facing so many difficulties because of lack of livelihood. And therefore, Village Ways was originally set up to stop the out-migration from these 5 villages of Binsar. And instead of focusing on independent stays, like homestays, which we generally call, we focused on building up community guest houses, which were not only run by the local communities, but also owned by the communities, so that you could secure their ownership of their lands, which is also quite a difficult thing in the hills when they lose their ownership. And on the basis of that, we formed some excellent experiences for people to come and not only just walk from village to village, but could also stay with the communities and have those interactions which then lead to them coming back. So you will be surprised that in our Almora or Bageshwar district villages, we have had guests who have maybe even come 7 times or 8 times to the same village, and it's not, I'm telling you, it's not just because of the places, it's also because of the people. So our whole work is around community ownership, community not being fragmented to run a tourism being low-key so that there is not over-tourism. They just have tourism enough to have an additional livelihood source.
Right, I'll come back to that. About over-tourism is something that we should also talk about. But I'd like to bring Mr. Lokeshwari in here. You are the founder of Humanities Himalaya, and you have this program called Been There, Doon That. If you could just throw some light about how you are involving the local community in your
Yeah, so we take up villages, we look at villages, and in some ways we are doing exactly the same work that Village Ways is doing. But a very significant part of our work is also about training the village community to run walking trails, to curate experiences. So when we talk to tourists, I think now tourism is an outdated term. And I think travel and experience is more significant to discerning travelers. So when we reach out to the market, we try to convince people that if you're coming here to Uttarakhand to enjoy your holiday, and you are trying to enjoy your holiday at the same pace at which you live in a big city, then you will not go back relaxed. You will not feel that you've had a holiday. What most people are doing in our hill stations these days is that they are coming here, they are, ticking the boxes that humne ye dekh liya, ye dekh liya, ye dekh liya, 5 din ka tour kiya, and you get back to your home. You've done it at the same pace at which you live in the city, so you don't feel relaxed when you return home. So what we are trying to tell people is that please slow down. If you are in Uttarakhand, this is the slow life. Experience the slow life. If you slow down, you will go back truly relaxed. And we are training villages to give that kind of experience, to curate that kind of experience through food, through the walking trails. So we don't do grand stuff, like we don't do too much adventure, but we just do a tree trail. And look at the trees, talk about the trees. And locals can share their experiences about trees. They can share their experiences about birds, about food, about the water systems, the nalas, and how they want to conserve the streams. So it's a very, very intimate experience, very slow experience, and because of which I think a lot of the tourists, they also go back very relaxed. A lot of the travelers, they go back with a great experience, and they go back with an experience where they have truly experienced Uttarakhand. Because Uttarakhand is it's a destination, it's a place where you cannot separate nature from culture. You cannot separate spirituality from the landscape. wellness. So all that is part of the landscape of Uttarakhand, and all these are elements which need to be a part of a tour or a trip that a person takes through Uttarakhand.
Right, and I think this is very important, especially to involve the community, because otherwise we see a lot of the local community now migrating to the city in search of jobs, and which is what has left a lot of villages empty of the younger population who've all migrated to the city. But doing this, we can...
I think the touchstone of any community program or any program that relates to tourism has to be that what is it giving back to the community. So investment is fine, big hotels, resorts, they're all fine. They are coming here, they are investing. But the crux of the whole thing is that the community should retain control over the landscape.
Right.
And they should get employment out of it. They should not be forced to move out so that a resort builder can build a resort in their landscape.
Right. I'd like to bring in Mr. Manimesh Arora here. Now, you run something called the Goat Villages and Bakri Chap, right? So if you can just highlight what you do, and then we will take the discussion forward.
Absolutely. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here. When I started working in the realm of tourism, Uttarakhand became my Karm Bhumi, and recently we ventured into Arunachal Pradesh, which is in the northeast of India. And this conference feels like a beautiful sangam of the eastern and western Himalayas. So coming to your question, Roshan, although what we do at Impact Investors and what we have done so far at the Goat Villages, at a broader level, we are using tourism as a prop to solve certain social and ecological issues. So if I were to zoom into tourism for all of us here, what we do at tourism, within the realm of tourism, is to use tourism to A, solve, as I said, a particular problem in the region, in the operating region, B, create an experience for a tourist which no longer is available by default. What I mean by that is, in the cities with the kind of development and lifestyles that we have in today's era, we've become a very emotionally bankrupt society. We are financially abundant, in a materialistic sense also we're abundant, but emotionally we're all bankrupt. We don't get the same nani and dadi ke ghar ka experience which we used to get decades ago. So when you still go to a very remote village in Uttarakhand or Himachal or Jammu Kashmir or the northeast of India, a place which is still untouched by modernization and industrialization, what you get is exactly that. Somebody will invite you कि आके बेटा चूल्हे की चाय पियो ना या मंडुए की रोटी खाओ ना, ये जो already चल रहा है उनके lifestyle में उसका अनुभव करो ना. So how, without disrupting the organic experience that is emerging, how can you make it commercial? So it's a very sensitive, intersection. You want to make it commercial, and yet you don't want to make it commercial. You want the sentiment to be conveyed. And also, you want the whole lifestyle that is there in terms of ecological sustainability to be there. You don't want your guests to bring kurkure ke packets or all the plastic and all the noise that we bring from the cities. So a lot in the realm of policy design. How do you implement responsible tourism? How do you make a villager who was very comfortable living like a villager, but suddenly he or she's a homestay host, comfortable in conveying कि हमारे यहाँ पे ये allowed नहीं है. All of that.
Right. No, and you raised a very important point about responsible tourism and this whole thing about plastic pollution which comes with overload of tourists coming.
Sorry to shame a few companies.
Yes. So in fact, that is something that when we talk about developing tourism in states like Uttarakhand, where we have a very fragile ecosystem, right? And we are seeing the effects of over-tourism happening in states like Uttarakhand. Yes, part of it is infrastructure development, but because of the rapid infrastructure development, you're also affecting the environment. We are seeing increasing landslides, increasing flash floods. The glaciers, which used to be there, have now receded quite a bit, and the snow melt is happening earlier. So how do you think the government can probably bring in a policy to encourage responsible tourism? Manisha, I'd like to start with you.
Yeah, I think, first of all, because this is a very big subject, I mean, everywhere right now, not even just in India, but in the perspective of the world where you see mass tourism becoming a huge problem. And honestly speaking, there's no straightforward answer to this. But I think what can play a critical role is also over-dependence on tourism, because I think the whole economy of a state, if it's over-dependent on tourism, then it will be very hard for us to even give lectures to local communities about over-tourism, because frankly, they are totally dependent on it. And whenever, if you ask the local people about what livelihood source they have, I mean, I'm sure everybody will agree that Uttarakhand, by and large, is more or less dependent on tourism. So the fact is that how much the local communities can encash with that is actually quite sad, because they are actually at the lowest stage where they are able to get the minimum impact from tourism, despite being the most impacted by the worst impacts of tourism, which comes actually finally on the local people. So the fact is that there are two ways to look at this. One is, of course, policies at the level of course, what kind of areas can have a permit system. There are many regions which we are trying to separate out in terms of wildlife, national parks, which still have some kind of activity prohibitions because of the passes. But having said that, the other general areas, even the access from roads now being more convenient, actually are creating more havoc, because people are actually bringing vehicles from long distances to travel to Uttarakhand, not using public transport, not using trains. So I think the answer is also how you can filter by providing certain kind of parameters in the services being offered. There is, for example, I'll just give a small example. In our own villages, none of them are motorable. So you actually have to walk and reach there. So that sort of cuts couple of, audience who may not want to walk and come there. This is a very brief example, but then you need to differentiate between regions which are very sensitive. And I think the government's role can be of also reducing the dependence overall on tourism, which could, I think, help. Because once you are dependent, you really can't talk about conservation, and it doesn't make sense, because it's all related to the economy.
Right. Of course. आप लोग बैठ जाइए ना अब इतना
आप लोग बैठ जाइए प्लीज
कंफर्टेबल हो जाए
लगी हुई है बैठिए ना
in fact you at the end of the day, like you were mentioning, it comes down to income generation. Which is the highest level of income generation in Uttarakhand right now? It is tourism, related to tourism, right? Now, if you have to make a bridge between tourism and conserving the environment at the same time, because like I said earlier, we have a very fragile ecosystem here with the forests and the glaciers and the rivers. How do we bring in that kind of responsible tourism, Lokesh?
So yeah, I hope the Honorable Minister was sitting here.
So this is being live broadcast, so he will
okay.
He'll hear it.
So when I look at Uttarakhand and I travel through the state, I see that we have opened up the state in all ways possible to different modes of transport. So we have these big expressways and highways. We have a rail line which is going all the way to Karnaprayag. Huge tunnels are being built for that. We have helicopters zipping everywhere. So air, road, rail, and now ropeways also. We are trying to open up the state in every way possible to every mode of transport. And one assumes that this is going to invite huge crowds. So I think I would urge the government to slow down a little bit on this, because Uttarakhand as an experience is only good if you have what we describe as slow tourism. That if you slow down, if you reduce the pace of your travel, you spend more time in the state. Like if you go to a village, if you spend 4 days, only then you begin to understand where you are. If you come from Gurgaon or Mumbai or wherever. So, what we are trying to do is we are trying to increase the pace of the holiday, which is always a bad strategy in terms of business as well. The idea is to have people here to spend more time to do it slowly. And as ma'am also said that people are driving all the way from Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra and places like that. Earlier you saw only Haryana, Delhi cars, but now you see cars from everywhere, going to every destination. We have good roads, but we need to understand the carrying capacity of every destination, and we need to limit the number of tourists who can go there. So even in terms of the community, I think that we don't need to overwhelm the community. If we overwhelm the community, then they also become bad hosts. So I think striking this balance is very, very important if we want tourism to remain the engine of growth in Uttarakhand in the coming years.
Right. Mahesh, I wanted to just bring you in. You also run a similar program, you said, in Arunachal as well. Do you see some sort of learnings from there that can be implemented in Uttarakhand in terms of responsible tourism here?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Arunachal for us is relatively new, and in terms of learnings, I love that the roads are not great there. That creates a very natural filter for large volumes of tourists to enter the space, and yet all these destinations where we operate in Arunachal attract just the sweet number of tourists which the destination can handle, the carrying capacity which Lokesh was just mentioning about. So roads are not that great, which I look at as advantage. I don't think we need much more development than that. It serves the needs of the locals. They can reach the hospitals or any other important facilities. The tourists can get there. And Arunachal has retained its rustic charm in terms of traditional architecture, how they still take pride in speaking their own language. Their agriculture and animal husbandry is still a large part of their daily life, and that is very well shared with the tourists who come there. So even though Arunachal has been attracting a lot of tourists in the last 2 to 3 decades, they've not lost it all at a pace at which we are losing in Uttarakhand, in my opinion.
Right. In fact, wanted to also bring in a couple of questions from the audience also later. So if you have any questions, you can put your hand up and we will take the question. Before that, I just wanted to come back to sustainable tourism. I think one of the big problems with a lot of tourism happening is the amount of waste that we generate, and the waste disposal mechanisms that we have right now are not conducive enough. What do you think can be done to have an efficient waste disposal mechanism that is sustainable and environment friendly? I'll come in reverse order here.
Sure. Number one, policies and implementation on reduce. There's no other way. We don't have, as a country, as a nation, we don't have great mechanisms when it comes to recycling the waste. And if you really dive deep into how the waste ecosystem operates in our country, we had been buying waste from other countries, right? So we don't have enough mechanisms to handle our own waste. So we need very strict policies around reducing the amount of waste that gets into these destinations, especially with tourism. And important checks. For example, at the goat villages, we had this very interesting policy where before the guest arrives, we give them a written policy which includes that please do not bring any non-biodegradable waste to this location. We are at an altitude of 7,500 feet. There's no road. We don't have municipality coming in. So there's no way for us to manage that waste except from burning it, which is not great for the air quality. So some people read it, some people don't. And even if somebody ends up bringing the waste, during the checkout, we do a very soft, warm checking of the room, and we gently encourage them to take it back, even if it's a small wrapper of a candy. We encourage them to take it back and dispose it off in the cities, which people have appreciated over all these years. So I think what we also need is a bit of policing when it comes to waste management.
Yes. Lokesh, how are you handling it in the village tours that you all do? Because there again, you will have a lot of waste generation when you have. tourists coming?
Yeah, so a large part of the work that we do is also centered around developing a community of travelers. So when we have this community of travelers over the social media, over the various ways in which we connect with them, we have these discussions very often. We talk about plastic waste, we talk about non-biodegradable stuff and how our streams, our rivers, our fields are littered with plastic. So a lot of the visitors that we get as part of our tours are already sensitized to the idea that they should not generate any plastic waste, and they try to minimize, like to the extent of carrying their own plates, carrying their own mugs, so that the community or the roadside tea vendor does not have to serve them tea in a disposable glass. So one aspect of this is sensitizing the visitor, because village communities themselves, you can sensitize them, you can teach them, educate them to a certain extent. Beyond that, they are helpless. If, you know, in Uttarakhand and in many parts of India, we also have this attitude of Atithi Devo Bhava. So whatever the guest does, we accept it, you know, and therefore people don't point out when someone throws trash. Sensitizing the traveler and only ensuring that those kinds of travelers arrive at the destinations we are working with is a significant part of the work that we are trying to do. But I think this needs to be taken up on a large scale. Like, I live in Dehradun, and a lot of tourists come to Dehradun and they go to the KFC or they go to McDonald's and they buy stuff. And by the time they're finished eating, they're already driving up into the sal forests of Mussoorie. And they just wind down the window and throw out the trash in the forest. So I think these vendors also, who are giving out all this stuff in terms of plastic packaging, and they need to have signage at their stores, and government needs to ensure that you are entering Uttarakhand, you are entering Devbhoomi, this is not a dustbin. This is not a trash bin. You can't throw trash wherever you feel like. So many times we pick up fights with people who are, you know, driving in their cars on the highways and they are just throwing out trash onto the hillsides. So I think it needs to be managed in many multi-pronged ways. And from our side, we are trying to educate the visitor. We are trying to educate the traveler. But our reach is very limited. I think government needs to step in to run a very strong campaign saying that Uttarakhand is Devbhoomi and it is not a trash bin.
Right, and I think a lot of this is being done because I have gone on treks in Uttarakhand, Dayara, Bugyal and all that, and when you set off on the trek, you are equipped with a personal trash bag where you keep putting whatever you are using in that trash bag, and then you dispose it of responsibility at the end of the trek, right? In your village ways thing as well, how do you go about educating your tourists and your groups in this?
Yeah, I mean, as Lokeshji said, that part of it is, of course, educating the travelers who are coming, because I think what we observed over the last 20 years, whether it's in India or even in Nepal, is that honestly speaking, mobilizing the local communities and villages is far easier than in the towns, because they take ownership of their area. And once you build a link between their environment, and with pride, that people are coming to see this, people are coming to see your village. I think that sense of pride, once it builds up, they generally keep their areas clean because it's also visited by outsiders. So I think once you link that pride into a community, by and large, I know it will be not as easy to do it in a larger scale, but that's something which we can build up, is a sense of pride in our regions, in our country, for example, in a broader way. In terms of the basics, as already Maniji and Lokeshji have pointed out, The problem is not so much now in terms of collection of waste, because that's probably very organized still by the government. They are probably picking up the waste from designated places. But the bigger problem is that there is no system of disposal. I think most of it is only getting dumped. And unfortunately, we are seeing many forested areas which are actually getting dumped with this. So over a period of time, what we realized is to create minimum waste. How do you do that? So not providing any plastic water bottles in the villages, because we have huge numbers of guests coming in, and how do you reduce the overall plastic waste? Because there's no disposal system. I think collection is probably more organized than any methods of disposal, and that's something which government really needs to do now.
Yes, and unfortunately, and I don't want to mention which towns this is, but in Uttarakhand and neighboring Himachal also, I have seen local waste disposal vans collecting garbage, driving a few kilometers out of town and putting it down the hillside.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, that is a reality, and we need to somehow control that and check that. We have a couple of audience questions. This gentleman here, if you can get a mic to him, please, he can ask his question.
I think one of the things that I wanted to ask is, there is adventure tourism and then there is adventure sports, right? And there is an overlap between the two. And a good example of that would be something like, Tour de France that happens. Now, Uttarakhand is probably as big as France itself, right? So you could actually have Uttarakhand's, Tour de Garhwal if you want, which is a cycling experience which is over multiple days, and, it draws the right kind of crowd. And that is the kind of crowd that you want. So, potentially, going back to your point about, we've opened up all these highways and ropeways and I don't know, other stairways, and we're just having hordes of people coming, but they have nothing really to do. And I think one of the ways we could channelize that energy is by getting the right kind of tourists, which is, how can we get more cyclists to come? How can we get some of these type of more channelized behavior? Because not often, so for example, if you can actually host a tour the Garhwal if you like, right?
Right.
And that happens over, let's say, a period of 2 months. Automatically people know, अरे वहाँ पे तो यार अभी वो cycling की वजह से ये बंद होगा, वो बंद होगा, ये होगा, वो होगा. And you channelize the right kind of people who come there, people who are interested in cycling. You might also even create a market for cycles and spare parts and repair.
Very interesting point.
Yeah.
So I think, ideas like that would probably help a lot more than trying to beat people up and saying, don't do this or don't do that.
Very interesting point that he makes.
think
You would respond to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very important point also, because there's no segregation in terms of what markets we are drawing. So for example, I have seen various states positioning the whole state as a certain destination, then segregating the areas based on what can draw a particular type of audience. Unfortunately, we try to focus on volume. And when you focus on volume, there'll be no segregation of what type of tourists should come to which area. And therefore, the people who are coming for focused interest, they may deviate to some other region because they may not find it very interesting, because it's a huge mix of all kind of people coming with different interests, and there'll be a mismatch. So I think for the state, positioning of the state plus segregation of areas based on special interest would certainly make it more attractive and much more suitable for, as he said, that it will be very important, for example, cyclists to have some areas where probably they will not have party animals coming and creating huge sound. So I think that way the state also will need to work with the private industry players as well.
Right. Also, I think this helps bring income back to the community. You can have a local buying 10 cycles and renting it out as a cycling thing. It can become part of a larger group. Correct. Yes. So this is a very important point. Yeah, look.
So, yeah, I'm working on a project in a village called Munsiari with the community. So, Munsiari is the extreme end of Uttarakhand in the Kumaon region, and very close to the place called, the real capital of Uttarakhand. So what we are trying to do with the community is that we are trying to have this village of weavers and cholia dancers and artists. So basically what we are trying to do is to curate an artist's village and then draw a map of the entire trail that you can take. So basically, if you approach Munsiari through Kumaon, you can visit the entire Kumaon and then exit out of the entire Garhwal. So it's a challenging trail, but it's a very fascinating trail, and we are doing it with Royal Enfield mainly for bike riders, but I think cyclists are also most welcome. So we are doing pit stops in between in some destinations, and then Munsiari is going to be our green pit stop, and then we will do homestays and other facilities on the way out of Garhwal. So this is, it gives you a 360-degree view of Uttarakhand if you want to do that trail. So we are actually working on that, but I'm not too sure how many people will take it once it's there.
Yeah.
It's one thing to have athleisure, right? But what I mean is actually making it professional, so that you start seeing that, the guys who are doing Tour de France actually see, for example, Tour de Garhwal as the mecca of cycling. You could take it to that level because, I've lived in Europe. Himalayas ke samne Alps to chota sa molil hai yaar, kuch nahi hai usme. I mean, these mountains are rugged, they're big, they're huge.
Yeah.
And the kind of exhilaration that they can get out of doing such activities here, whether it is trail running, cycling, and there are a lot of people who are into dirt biking, mountain biking. There are these sports that can draw the right kind of people, and therefore we can learn from how the Alps have been maintained. Because at the end of the day, I think if we can maintain the mountains, we'll maintain the region.
Right.
Very simple, right?
True. One more question. Yeah. Mike here.
So continuing from my friend is coming through. My whole concept has been around the education of the travelers coming across. Why I feel this important is like Lokesh has been talking about the Munsiari Trail and the Kumaon Trail. I know about this project from Royal Enfield. I've been involved in the similar kind of projects wherein the upper Himalayan trails can be exposed out to the people. See, my problem, or rather the question essentially arises that Uttarakhand has been a destination or historically has been part of the motorsport history of India. One of the toughest rallies, the Himalayan rallies, ran through Uttarakhand in 80s, and till 88 it was a prominent thing. Later on to be taken over by Mr. Pamar in Himachal, and then the rally of Raid the Himalayas came in picture. To be honest, for my generation who was born in 80s and rather later part of 80s and 90s, none of us knew about it unless I met Roshan, and he spoke about it in his auto journalism days about it, and then I researched about it. So again, the education part of it is, I believe, has been missing from a lot of plans which a lot of governments have been making, and us as well as in terms of we being travelers have been missing out upon that. So it's kind of a responsibility probably which rests upon us as well in terms of educating people what is the responsible traveling and saving the trash and understand the cultural immersion. Like for example, I was just talking to Namgyal ji and telling him that, okay, there is a dry toilet concept in Ladakh and there is a reason behind it. And overall, the culture has evolved around it.
Right.
Right. So we need to impart that kind of knowledge, and probably it's our duties to be there and help out. Any plans and any thoughts about it?
Interesting point. Just to add to what Hitesh is saying, the cultural angle, right? I mean, we have different types of tourists. So you have the adventure tourist who's coming in for the exhilaration of the sport. You have the leisurely tourist who's coming just to like kuch khayenge, piyenge, aram karenge, jayenge, that type, right? And then there are people who come to witness the local culture. They want, like we had a lovely performance with the music troupe, the dances, the foods, right, of Uttarakhand. How do we bring that angle in?
Yeah, I mean, I actually have a video of 1 minute to play for this, not just because I wanted to promote it, but because I want to showcase that between the adventure with the communities, there is a very important aspect of culture. And actually, it's the only thing which can ensure that a right type of traveler, because I do understand that education of travelers is very important, but I also feel that destination building in the right way is also equally important. You know, if you don't give the right choices to a consumer, the consumer has no choice but to choose whatever is available. So I think it's also the duty of all the operators, project developers to also set up those principles in tourism, where the communities are at the center and they can say no to a lot of things. Because in tourism, when you learn to say no, I think that's when the whole process starts to become more responsible. So I think the whole centering of the community is therefore very important. You know, in many states, the community has opposed tourism. In states like Kerala, I know that they have opposed tourism, mass tourism, and then the right kind of tourism has come into. Today they are positioned as a responsible state, not just because of the policies, but because the communities are taking the ownership of the tourism. So if possible, I'd just like to play a 1-minute video which I had shared with them, if they can.
Do we have the video? Can we play it? Yes.
Please. Just that will answer this culture part, I think.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Just broadly, that it's not about just visiting a place or visiting, seeing wildlife. It's about the communities at the center. I think that probably is the first step towards making it more responsible.
Yeah. Yes, look.
Yeah, for me it's a very bold question actually, and it encourages me to answer in an equally bold and unfiltered way. And I can actually build on what Manisha just shared with us. So when we look at culture being part of tourism and community integration, I want to question everyone in the room that are we really talking about using locals as a cultural prop? Or are we really talking about a full integration where there are stakeholders in the business? So this video was very rich, which we just played, Manisha, thanks for that. And when we're going into these destinations and looking at the community just as a prop, as someone or something we can get a nice picture clicked with for our Instagram or Snapchat, or do we really feel invited into their homes, into their lifestyles, into whatsoever they're doing, and we don't mind roughing it out for a day or a night, or we don't mind getting our hands dirty in the soil? That is what brings a shift in the perspective for the tourists. And for me, through the lens of my experience, that is transformational.
Right. Yeah. Look, if you want to add to that.
So, when the tourists need these destinations and they need these communities, and vice versa for the community as well. They need the tourists. So this is a kind of contract between the tourist and the community. And, it's important to sensitize both. Like for riders, as you pointed out. So we do a program where we take a group of riders, because I am an anthropologist myself. So whenever a festival is about to happen, what we do is we sit down with these riders and give them a basic orientation that you travel to this area where the festival is happening, but also document the festival for us. So a lot of the Royal Enfield riders, what they are doing now is that they are documenting these traditions. And so automatically you are connected with the space, you are connected with the ritual, you are connected with whatever is happening. And if you have a little bit orientation, you are also asking the right questions. So I think that also gives the community a sense of pride that these are not just travelers who are spending money and giving us employment, but they're also interested in what we are doing. So I think this can work both ways between the community and the traveler.
Right, and that brings us back to education. I had one more question from a gentleman behind. Yes, can we get a mic to him, please?
Hi, good morning. Thank you for your insights on responsible tourism, which, as we know, is becoming an international problem as well. In the video as well, in some of the conversations, we spoke about the discerning traveler, people who are looking for slow tourism and so on. Within Uttarakhand and in other parts of India, we see international travelers driving that segment a bit more. I was curious if in your organizations there is any aspect of an international outreach or any particular marketing efforts targeted specifically at travelers outside India and bringing them to Uttarakhand.
Yeah. Manisha?
Yes, so for us, I think we have done very specific marketing, and I also highlight this aspect whenever I speak anywhere right now, is about responsible marketing, which is another new thing which is equally important as much as is the destination development. Because we were very conscious about what type of guests will actually arrive in our areas. And you know, even if they are international or domestic, the reason is not being good or bad travelers, it's about choosing them to support the communities, and then there's not a big gap between expectations and realities. Again, I don't want to say that these holidays are roughed out experiences. We have built them on basic standards which are acceptable for both guests. So specific target audience from international as well as domestic, we have done through press releases. We have taken help from specific PR in outside India as well as from within India. We generally like to do direct sales. We are not doing anything outsourced, because when people connect with us and make a booking, we want to make sure that we convey what is exactly going to be there on ground and there is no gap. Therefore, we don't rely on any online medium for our bookings where there is no connection between us and the actual guests who will be arriving. So keeping that in mind, I think we've had a successful result. I would say not in terms of the volumes which are generated, but more on the quality of travelers who have come, and that between the communities and the guests, there's never been a disconnect between their relationship, because finally it's the guest and the host which has to be together and have to learn from each other. It has to be a very respectable experience.
Right. Lokesh, how are you reaching out to international?
So yeah, I think the traveler is very aware these days. Every traveler comes with their own research. So they look at YouTube, they look at websites, they look at the internet very carefully before they decide on a destination. From our side, what we are looking for is the discerning traveler. So when we are looking for a discerning traveler, the best way of doing it is having at least 2 to 3 conversations, long conversations with the traveler who's coming all the way, and trying to determine what kind of experience they are looking for. So I think reaching out is not that much of an issue, because people already know your brand, they look up your brand, they know the kind of work that you're doing, and only then they connect with you. So, but we need to ensure that we don't overpromise and we deliver whatever we set out to do. And I think that works really well for us. We are not looking for too many visitors at the moment.
Right. Manimesh, quick insight from you, and then we're almost out of time. So.
Sure, a combination of approaches. I would say one, of course, is, as we heard from Lokesh, building a strong online brand presence so that free individual travelers, what we know as FITs, can reach out to you from all over the world. People are very well aware with the widespread digital media these days. Then we had been partnering with fantastic people like Mr. Prabhat Verma in the room and other experts in different handling different destination management companies. These kind of collaborations go a long, long way. And then inviting press, bloggers, especially if you're doing something innovative, which can be covered by either mainstream media or alternative forms of media, all of that helps.
Right. I know we have a couple of other questions. Let's take them offline because we are out of time right now. And I think this has been a very interesting discussion. And I'd like to thank my panelists for all the insights that they've given on responsible tourism in Uttarakhand. And I hope there are some learnings from this. And all of you in the room will go about and spread the word that we really need to balance what we're doing when it comes to tourism. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, check. So this was quite an insightful session. I request all the panelists to be right back on the stage because we have felicitation part as well. And so thank you very much. As we discussed so many topics, we discussed about income aspects in mountains. You know, we also discussed about conservation of our environment. We also discussed about the balanced tourism and adventure prospects. So thank you very much for this insightful session. And now I request Pawa sir to kindly felicitate all the panelists for this session. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Manisha Pandey ma'am, Mr. Lokesh Ori sir, and Mr. Mani Mahesh Arora sir. Also for taking queries from the audience as well. So we have a lot more to discuss. Thank you very much for taking us through this insightful session titled Voices of the Hills, Community-Led Adventure Tourism Models. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Bansidhar Tiwari who has joined us. Please put your hands together and welcome him. Mr. Bansidhar Tiwari, Director General, Information and Public Relations. Come on everyone, a big round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us for this grateful day. And before proceeding any further, we have a small video to be played. Ladies and gentlemen, have a look on the LED wall. Lovely. Now I would like to request Mr. Mukesh Singh, Vice President and Revenue Head, Indian Express Online Media, to kindly come up on the stage to felicitate Mr. Bansidhar Tiwari, Director General, Information and Public Relations. Can we have a loud round of applause? Thank you very much, sir, for taking time out from your busy schedule and being a part of this special event today. Adventure Tourism Meet 2025. थैंक यू सो मच. सो आगे बढ़ने से पहले आई जस्ट हैड अ वर्ड विद बंसीधर सर एंड ही एडेड समथिंग इंटरेस्टिंग टू माई नॉलेज, यू नो. तो यहाँ पर इंडिया में, इनफैक्ट उत्तराखंड में बहुत सारे एडवेंचर स्पॉट्स हैं. यहाँ पर 4 धाम हैं, गंगोत्री, यमुनोत्री, केदारनाथ, बद्रीनाथ. दीज आर ऑल दी टूरिज्म स्पॉट्स, यू नो. रिलीजियस इंपॉर्टेंस इन सभी प्लेसेस की है. एंड पंचबद्री, पंच केदार, बट देर आर सो मेनी अदर प्लेसेस विच आर अनएक्सप्लोर्ड, जहाँ पर ज़्यादा लोगों का आना जाना नहीं होता है, या फिर लोगों को ज़्यादा इन जगहों के बारे में पता नहीं है. सो ही मैंशन दैट देर इज़ अ शनि मंदिर इन यमुनोत्री, एंड इसकी एक अपनी खासियत है. शनि मंदिर यमुनोत्री में है और कहा जाता है कि यमुना एंड शनि जो हैं वो भाई बहन हैं. तो इसका अपना एक रिलीजियस इंपॉर्टेंस है. तो हम लोग इन चीज़ों को भी प्रमोट कर सकते हैं, इन चीज़ों के लिए कोई प्लेटफॉर्म बना सकते हैं जहाँ पर इन जगहों के बारे में भी हम लोग डिस्क्राइब करें और हमारे जो टूरिस्ट्स हैं उन्हें अट्रैक्ट करें. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस एक और जगह है, देर इज़ अ प्लेस, देर इज़ अ टेम्पल, राहु टेम्पल, जो कि स्पेशलिटी है उत्तराखंड की, क्योंकि ये ऑल ओवर इंडिया में कहीं भी और राहु का मंदिर नहीं है, सिर्फ उत्तराखंड में है. एंड इट इज़ इन पैठानी विलेज ऑफ पौड़ी गढ़वाल. तो यहाँ पर राहु मंदिर है. एंड वी ऑल नो इंडियंस का जो है रिलीजियस एस्पेक्ट की तरफ बहुत ज़्यादा ध्यान रहता है. एंड उत्तराखंड तो उस चीज़ के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट माना जाता है. तो हम लोग इन चीज़ों को भी प्रमोट कर सकते हैं. राहु मंदिर के बारे में एक्चुअली मुझे पता नहीं था कि ये भी यहाँ पर है. जैसे कि लोग, सर ने जैसा मेंशन किया अभी थोड़ी देर पहले कि लोग जाते हैं, लेकिन बीच बीच में कई सारी जगह ऐसी हैं जो रह जाती हैं या जिनके बारे में ज़्यादा मेंशन नहीं किया जाता. लाइक हम लोग जब धारी देवी टेम्पल भी जाते हैं तो देर इज़ भागीरथी अलकनंदा संगम, जहाँ के बाद गंगा नदी का उद्गम होता है. तो दीज आर ऑल द प्लेसेस विच वी कैन प्रमोट ऑन सोशल मीडिया ऑल्सो, और बहुत सारे अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर हम इन चीज़ों को प्रमोट कर सकते हैं. सो इंफॉर्मेशन डिपार्टमेंट एंड इंडियन एक्सप्रेस से हम लोगों की गुजारिश है कि आप इन चीज़ों पर भी वर्क कर सकते हैं. थैंक यू वेरी मच. नाउ वी आर मूविंग फर्दर विद अनदर सेशन. वी हैव अ प्रेजेंटेशन. प्लीज़ वेलकम मिस्टर रामाशीष रे, founder of Starscapes Experiences, for a presentation on Uttarakhand's Nakshatra Sabha initiative, a celestial adventure under starlit skies. Ladies and gentlemen, एक बार जोरदार तालियों के साथ में please welcome.
Thank you so much. A very good morning, and it's great to see that the chai counter outside is stopped. So I have a full audience, and I'm hopefully able to regale you with a little bit of fun here, so that we can have a wonderful 15 minutes which I have here. So first of all, thank you to the Indian Express Group, Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board, with which we work very closely, to have me here. And what I am going to discuss is something. We've been talking adventure, of course, things like rafting and mountaineering and all that comes to mind. But what I am going to discuss is a word, astrotourism. Somebody asked me, so Mr. Ray, what do you do? I said, I run an astrotourism company. And I am now used to it, people saying, what, astrotourism? So it's a great occasion. I think I end up being the chief evangelist, pushing this envelope. We started almost 7 to 8 years back from a small town in Uttarakhand called Kausani. So it's a startup in that sense, which was born in Kausani, where I have a lovely home. But today it is across India, and I'm happy to say that it's now in Sri Lanka from October. So it's now gone abroad with this product. But what we are going to talk about is astrotourism, and it brings these wonderful images to life of Uttarakhand. Everybody knows, I'm sure, Kartik Swami Temple. This was one of the places which we had this. And what I'm going to cover, obviously, is what is Nakshatra Sabha, what was the learnings, and what is this astrotourism all about, what's its potential, and where it can lead Uttarakhand to. So when we talk astronomy, obviously, the first thing which comes to mind is the telescope and someone looking at the sky, right? It's been there for years. Galileo invented it in 1600. So what is it that it's become a tourism product? And I'll be invited to be talking to all the stalwarts here of adventure tourism. I'm not in that sense from the tourism industry. I've been someone who was in corporate selling Nokia phones and ended up having a midlife crisis and started his own venture, which is more out of my passion. So from there, how do you make this looking up through a telescope, which has been there all across? Why would it suddenly lead to 23 million people pinging Nakshatra Sabha? So that's, I think, been a wonderful journey, which we need to understand. So a small video. So hopefully some of those images caught your attention. Now let's go to the brass tacks of it, if I may. What I'm going to cover here is three parts of the aspect. One is astrotourism, which is the overarching part of it. Nakshatra Sabha as a product, which is a subset of that. And what's the future in it? And where do we need to make it regular and go forward? Yeah. So if you kind of just Google, for those who don't know what it is, this is what will emerge. It is a tourism product for the purpose of viewing astronomical phenomena, especially stars, meteor showers, and other visible things. This is what is there globally as understood. But when we sat down here and started working at it in our observatories, by the way, just for your knowledge, Starscapes was born not as an event organizer, but we run the largest, arguably India's largest private chain of observatories. We started with one in Kausani, we went to Mukteshwar, Corbett, Coorg, Pondicherry, Goa, Ranthambore, Chittagad, all across. So we are one of those who have been at it 24/7 right from 2017. So in that sense, we understood that it's not just about giving a telescope and showing the Jupiter, which anybody can do, but we had to create something which is uniquely Indian and also an experience when we started Nakshatra Sabha, which is uniquely Uttarakhand. So what is that? Now, many journeys in life, a quick recap, we go through these journeys and many of the times I don't think we knew that what will emerge. So I want to kind of spend a bit of time on these four images, these tiles, which came together. What you see on the right side is someone lying down and looking up at the stars. That's what I used to do when I was an 8-year-old in Delhi, on the rooftops of Moti Bagh, those who know Delhi, after spraying water because we didn't have air cons in our home. But the beauty is, we siblings could be together, father could be with us, and we would hear stories about Saptarishi or count the shooting stars. I'm sure any one of you will have, if you close your eyes and imagine that, doing that with your child. Life took me in the corporate across the world, forgot all about it. And then, what you see, the image on the left, I was privileged to be living 4 years in Finland, and I started enjoying auroras. I would take my Nokia colleagues out. We would just lie down under the stars, have some beers, and enjoy the sky. That was one experience which lived with me. The third, what happened yesterday, Shubhanshu Shukla went to space, right? Imagine us being called on TV channels to talk about it today. But why? When we were small, Rakesh Sharma did that. Today, space is cool. Elon Musk has made it cool. It's going into private zones. There are hundreds of startups in India which are building satellites. So it's no more a small nerdy activity being done on the side. It's mainstream. That's another thing which we understood that could be bought as a product together with this. And therefore, we started what you see on the right side, an observatory with our own converted, don't think of a dome. It was the Indian Jugaad lot of rains, so we thought of a tiled roof. This is how we started it. But for Uttarakhand, we combined that with a very important part, which is culture. Lot of you would come across, oh, I am born and brought up in so-and-so, constellation. I am born in so-and-so time. You would have heard of calendars, Ashok Samvat, Saka Samvat. You would have heard of, temples which have a certain, the sun is coming down. But you're not able to link the science behind it. As we delved deeper, and we worked with the top doctorates in India, with Aries, with Indian Institute of Astrophysics, Ayuka, planetariums, and we started building the content. For each of the locations, we looked at what could be unique in terms of the content we could build, which is the story beyond looking through the telescopes. So for example, if I ask you what's your birth date, and I invite you on that particular date, and I give you a photograph of the stars with the constellation you were born in, you suddenly have a personal touch about it. It is no more something which someone has told you, but you are able to then link those things which you hear in your culture, in your stories, with something which is uniquely personal. And that's what we set out to do. This is, of course, a beautiful shot of the star trails over Kartik Swami temple. And linked to this, another thing which we took up is very passionately is dark sky leadership. We can't be doing this tourism without anything which is about dark skies. Now, why is Uttarakhand great for it? All the things which we say is an infrastructural problem to tourism sometimes works greatly here. It's an incremental product. It allows people to dine, the hoteliers to spend extra because someone is coming in the evening. There was nothing to do at that particular time. So they get extra revenue. Secondly, it is okay to work it in small villages and small locations. It does not need extra huge infrastructure to be built. The very fact that Uttarakhand has 70% plus forest cover works brilliantly for us. So those things which don't otherwise work for a state in normal tourism, it's a win-win for this kind of a product. And that's where another plus point we saw. By the way, there was a small word, 100 lookups. That's the number of people. I say lookup is one of the things that we all are constantly walking, looking up, down at our mobile phones. But that's what we try to encourage, because all our shows, if you look at the mobile phone, you can't see the star. So for those 45 minutes, you forget your mobile phone and you end up looking up. That's the number of people we touch every year. 100,000 people at the moment. And my dream is to take it to 1 million. Now, we were niche. We are still. We were small. And I'm sure after coming here, I understand we are quite unknown still. Now, still, however, small steps happened. There's a typo here on the second. Our first event happened because a district magistrate in Chamoli saw an article and gave me a call way back in December 21. That was the first event which we did in Benital. Post that, we had a successful larger event done. Actually, it was May of 23, where we got media and we got all that. And today, if you search Benital, I'm very happy to say it'll pop up as an astro village for you. So there was a linking there. And then the third thing which happened was where we finally, the Uttarakhand tourism government actually saw that this is something very unique and this is something the government could be a leader in across India. And I'm very thankful that we kind of worked this through. Nakshatra Sabha is a word coined by Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board. It's not my personal naming, but we are very happy to be the executor, the creator, the, let's say the director of it till the end of it. We went across to multiple locations. We chose it consciously based on footfalls, light pollution, accessibility, and possibilities to do it far away. Some are more closer, some are little far away. We started with Mussoorie because it was easy to do a media launch here. We did it at Jageshwar, a little away from the temple. Now, one thing I must mention, the focus here was the work done by George Everest and Sikdar. So we actually made people look at how to do those trigonometric equations by which they measured height with us. So that we bought alive that location and its knowledge. When we go to Jageshwar, we worked on temple architecture. The fact is, most temples in India, you will see a pillar. I don't know how many of us know what that pillar is. I also didn't know till I understood that when the temple was being laid out, the way to know the degrees in 1500, 2000 years would be put a stick, get the sun rays to come in, you get the northeast, west, south, measure out the 360 degrees based on the movement of the sun, and basis that you decide which deity to put where the angle of the door will be, and the whole architectural planning of the temple would come out. Great knowledge. And that's where we had someone like Dr. Shailaja, who is the foremost scientist in this, to come and address that gathering. And that's what enriched that whole event. Benital, lesser said the better, one of the NGT supported sites. It's actually protected, because of which you get this wonderful Milky Way vista on this part of it. Takula, and you can see the light pollution of Nainital. It's a little away from Nainital, but this is what happens. And I put this slide to show that if you see Benital and then you see Takula, that's what happens in terms of when light pollution takes over. District of Rudraprayag, but that's Kartik Swami temple, where we ended up doing the event. And then we were talking about Garhs, so we went to Pithoragarh, where we took Gurkha Fort as the background to do an event. Now, why did it work? And why it works is, in my opinion, I'll share some stats with you. All of you are with me till now? Hello? Okay? Okay, cool. Thank you so much. So one is, you heard about the fact that we created the product, not just put telescopes, right? So there's this content, the culture, mix. What do you do? We actually discussed dark sky wildlife. I was discussing with somebody from Ladakh. If you have too much light pollution, you don't have moths. If you don't have moths, you won't have birds of the night. If you don't have them, you don't have the predatory birds. You don't have moths, you don't have pollination. So there is, beyond our senses of those 12 hours of the day, there's a whole ecosystem out there. So we work with this community to also drive that. So bringing all these together, we kind of created a unique product. Location, of course, critical. It has to be accessible. I don't believe it can't be accessible. Look, the best skies in India are Spiti and Ladakh, but everybody can't go there. So what can we do in places which is 3 to 4 hours away from a place like Dehradun or a flight away, that we can still find locations? May not be the level of Ladakh Spiti, where you can see a Milky Way with the naked eye, but much better than Delhi, where you can see 2.5 stars, if you're lucky. Then we got stakeholders. While I have put a famous influencer here, Gul Panag, we had, as I said, scientists, ARIES, director, IIA, IUCA, all institutes which kind of contributed to this to make it work. Finally, thanks to the tourism board and the way it was structured, we understood our community, and the government worked with us closely in a collab for various, where they allowed us to mine that community, where we as experts would explain what to do. We as experts would ensure that all the people coming to these sabhas were taken care of, and the funneling was managed accordingly. The numbers speak for itself. You can go online, you can see testimonials. Google doesn't lie. There's not so much I can do beyond that. Now where did we end? Another typo here. It's 23 million impressions, 1.5 million views on one single post which went viral. We had a huge global national media coverage thanks to the support from the Uttarakhand tourism, which provided us that overarching sponsorship. We do a no waste, no trace left behind, which means we take photographs, we work with the local panchayats, we take photographs, we see what is the space, we clean it up, and that's how we leave it. And we submit those photographs back to the Tourism Development Board. And unless I make a mistake, the fact is, if I make a mistake, my money won't come. It's as simple as that. Now, what's ahead? You see the word 25 plus certified astro guides. How do we institutionalize this movement? We've kind of reached here. One of the things which we are seeing is emerging local players, which is very good. We see some new companies, we see some new entrants in this field. But there is incremental revenue which they are earning. We do see balanced regional development because we are able to move traffic to these smaller places. And we do see an interest in dark sky conservation. But how do we institutionalize this? Which is where now we are working with the government here to actively see how we can do this for the next 2 to 3 years, because the podha is still very small, it's still very niche, and just left like this, it won't survive. So how do we ensure that the rest of the districts and source locations together are kind of supported? We also are actively now working to identify ghost villages and move them to become astro villages. Dark sky spots, which anyway there is migration happened. There is not much employment there. People don't want to, be staying there, but this is an ideal product for them. Towards this, thanks to, again, Poonam ma'am here, we have worked with her for 2 years now. We have now got the India's first Astro Guide training skill program approved by the THSC, Tourism Hospitality Skill Council. And Uttarakhand state government is the first one which has put up its hand and will be training 500 Astro Guides. Now, why is this important? Because as the industry mushrooms, if the core quality goes, then we know what will happen. It will be proliferated. It will go back to the first slide, only a telescope with no other aspect of it, and that will kind of kill the product. So which is why we are working to develop these as a institutional kind of a program. So that's it. We are shooting for the moon. So hopefully we have some more from here, converts, who are evangelists, and they would work with us to take it forward. Thank you so much. And since I was just pre-lunch, I am quite sure I got some of your attention. Thank you so much.
Hello, check. Thank you very much, Ray sir. I would like to request Mr. Sameer Saxena, General Manager, Government Business, Indian Express Online Media, to kindly join us on stage and felicitate Ray sir. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, please, a huge round of applause for Mr. Ray. Well, astrotourism is something that fascinated me, and recently my trip to Harshil Valley, I also tried to capture something like this in the night, but we could not capture it very well. But yeah, sure sir, that's why I mentioned this thing, that I need to dive deep into this topic, because this is something interesting. Thank you so much. So next up, we have another presentation session. So from celestial journeys to personal ones, up next we have Ms. Archana Singh, travel influencer and director, marketing at Only One Travel, a fearless explorer and inspiring communicator. She shares her story as well as learnings from best practices in adventure tourism from around the world in My Adventure in Adventure Tourism. Please welcome Ms. Archana Singh on the stage, ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause. Where's the clicker? There's no clicker. No, I need the clicker. Yeah. नहीं, पोडियम पे कुछ नहीं है. Sorry guys, थोड़ा सा प्रॉब्लम है. तो कैसा है आप सबका जोश? ठंडा लग रहा है बिल्कुल. ब्रेकफास्ट नहीं किया? हाँ? Okay, how many of you are from the adventure tourism here?
Raise your hands. बस ओके एंड कितने लोगों से आज तक पूछा गया है कि भाई आप काम क्या करते हो? ओके तो लग रहा है कि हम रूम में तो सही हैं, बट क्या करते हैं हम वो अभी भी हमें बताना पड़ता है, राइट? सो अंटिल आई जस्ट वेट फॉर द क्लिकर, बिकॉज आगे स्लाइड्स पे हम जाएंगे कैसे? एक बार सॉरी, आई जस्ट गिव मी 2 minutes. No, I need. Can we go back? Can we go to the first slide, please? And get me the clicker if possible. ओके तो शुरू करते हैं. सो बेसिकली सबसे पहले मैं, ऑल्दो मेरे बारे में बता दिया गया है, बट स्टिल मैं एक छोटा सा इंट्रो देती हूँ. सो लाइक रामाशीष, आई वॉज ऑल्सो इन द कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड फॉर अ रियली लॉन्ग टाइम, एंड आई वॉज ऑल्सो डूइंग द सेम ड्रिल जो बाकी सब लोग करते हैं. But today I want to share my personal journey, that how I was able to break that and what I am doing today, and a very, very special journey which is Arctic to Antarctica, doing all by myself. So शुरू करते हैं. तो यूजुअली जब कोई एक साधारण लड़की किसी भी शहर में, छोटे शहर में, बड़े शहर में, उनके पास क्या चॉइसेस होते हैं लाइफ में? यूजुअली 3 ही चॉइसेस होते हैं. पहले पढ़ाई करो, फिर उसके बाद नौकरी करो और शादी करो. यही ट्रैजेक्टरी होती है मोस्टली, राइट? गिव मी अ थम्पिंग येस और नो. या थोड़ा जोश दिखाओ. एडवेंचर ट्रैवल में हो आप लोग, जोश तो होना चाहिए. सो दैट्स यूजुअली द ट्रैजेक्टरी ऑफ एनी मिडिल क्लास गर्ल. और मैं तो वैसे भी बहुत छोटे मिडिल क्लास से थी, जहाँ पर हमारे सपने तो बहुत बड़े बड़े होते थे, बट पॉकेट्स हमेशा छोटी होती थी. सो हाउ वॉज अ गर्ल हु केम फ्रॉम दैट बैकग्राउंड वॉज एबल टू ब्रेक दिस मोल्ड एंड ट्रैवल टू 107 countries, ऑल द 7 continents. ना तो मतलब मेरा जो सरनेम है बिरला है, टाटा है, नॉर आई मैरिड समवन वेरी रिच. सो हाउ वॉज आई एबल टू डू इट? वेरी सिंपल. मैं भी आप सबकी तरह यही कर रही थी. आई वॉज लीडिंग अ complete templatized life, doing the complete Control-C plus Control-V life, wherein I did my graduation, I did my MBA, I was working in a multinational company, and was वही basically सुबह उठना, ऑफिस जाना, ट्रैफिक में फंसना, बॉस की गालियाँ खाना, क्लाइंट की गालियाँ खाना, and the circle was going on and on. And then finally I realized, once I was working on a research wherein I was researching about what is the biggest regret people have when they are when they are about to die or something that they have. And the biggest regret which came out, and it was a global study, was that they were not able to do what they wanted to do. They were really worried about the job, बच्चे ये सब. So जो चीज़ वो करना चाहते थे वो कभी नहीं कर पाए. So suddenly this thing came to my mind कि no, I can't be a part of the same study group. I cannot do that. So I realized कि my life is very tiny in front of the entire world. So I thought, okay, let me break this mold. And I decided to, जैसे क्रिकेट कितने लोग देखते हैं यहाँ पे? अरे क्रिकेट तो रिलीजन है, इतने कम लोग क्रिकेट देखते हैं यहाँ पे. स्पोर्ट्स कितने लोग देखते हैं? ओके ये क्राउड ने खाना वाना कुछ नहीं खाया हुआ, बिल्कुल मतलब कोई जोश है ही नहीं. एनीवे सॉरी. सो आई डिसाइडेड कि ओके दिस इज द सेकेंड इनिंग्स ऑफ माई लाइफ. आई एम गोना गो एंड डू what I want to do, which is explore the world. I didn't have any connections. I didn't have any formal education in the field of travel. But I had a plan in my mind. And what was the plan? I did 4 things. First is defining my own brand, which was Travel-C Ride, which was basically going to offbeat places, finding untold human stories and communicating it with the people in whatever possible manner, whether it was through photos, whether it was through stories, videos, like mediums change, but the storytelling remained. So that was first thing. And then what I did was I started networking. I started reaching out to people who were in the same industry and who could help me. So that really helped. And then I started creating content which I associated and which was relevant for the audience for which I was creating and who could associate it with. And then lastly, I pitched left, right and center to everyone, be it brands, publications, anybody. Because kya hota worst case? I would have heard a no, which was already a no. But I started doing all that. And since 2017 until now, if you look at it, there has been a big change. So that actually changed my life. So from traveling locally on a very shoestring budget to leading, expeditions to the poles and covering all the 7 continents, giving, 7 TEDx talk and speaking at more than 100 conferences, not just India, but abroad, winning a lot of awards. And now, I lead a company, the Indian Wing for Them, wherein I am responsible for the adventure travel to exotic places or any places like, say, Antarctica, Arctic, or, Japan, Africa, anywhere. So it's a long journey, but every small step counts. And today, I want to talk about a very specific part from that journey, which is my Arctic to Antarctica journey. और इस journey का सबसे पहला part was Greenland. कभी आपने फ्रिज खोल के देखा है उसके अंदर, मतलब फ्रीजर खोल के आपने देखा है कि उसके अंदर कैसी फीलिंग आती है? ग्रीनलैंड में जब आप पैर रखते हो, आपको लिटरली वैसे वाली फीलिंग आती है कि आपने फ्रीजर के अंदर चले गए हो. So, sorry, I forgot this part, wherein it was like a 10-month solo travel journey where I covered 6 continents and where there were more than 22 different kind of landscapes, be it a polar region, be it Amazon, be it desert or savannas, different kind of destinations. And I covered more than 28,000 kilometers of the distance. And first was Greenland I was mentioning. And just to let you know a little bit about Greenland. Greenland, अगर आप land mass से comparison करते हो India से, so it is like 2/3 of India's size. But when you look at the population, so Greenland की population is only 56,000, which is शायद हमारे देहरादून के एक colony की भी उससे ज़्यादा होगी population. So it's a very small country when it comes to people. But in terms of land mass, it's big, but it's covered with ice. It's one of the largest ice caps of the world. And the people there, they lead a very simple life. They depend on hunting and fishing. That's the major part of their life. And everything is very expensive. And people don't own most of the things there. Like they don't own a car, they don't own houses. Everything is provided by the government. And in fact, unke wahan provisions also come like once or twice a year only. They don't even have like big hospitals or schools. So, and it's so expensive that if you go and buy a 1 liter milk, it's gonna cost you around 350 liters. So these are the people who are already leading very difficult life, and because of us, their life is becoming even more difficult. How? Because Greenland is actually melting. Their glaciers are melting, and I have seen it by my own eyes, how within an year, Greenland glaciers have retracted. And they are, melting 6 to 7 times faster speed than what they were 25 years ago. And what is that having an effect? That's having a big effect, because if the entire Greenland melts, then it's gonna increase the sea level by around 6 feet, which is a lot. Sorry, 6 feet. So basically, which will drown the whole of coastal areas, be it your Mumbai, Kerala and all that. So it's not a problem which is of the future. This is a problem which needs to be addressed now, which needs to be addressed now. And, if you compare it, we also have a similar situation in Uttarakhand. Our glaciers are also melting, be it Kedarnath, Pindari or other. So there is a relevance between them. So if we can look at what Greenland is doing, probably we can take some lesson from there. And then from Greenland, I went to Svalbard. Svalbard is the northernmost part where you can get to the North Pole. So from here, North Pole is just, from the main city, it's like 1,300 kilometers. And if you go by the cruise or the ship, it's like 1,000 kilometers from there. But it's a place where polar bears are the real king. You know, humans are very less. You will hardly see 2,500 humans, but polar bears are a lot. And most of the cruise companies who go there, they take customers because people want to see polar bears. They are the largest predator in the world. This polar bear, which we saw, you know, it weighs around, say, anywhere between 400 to 800 kilogram. They are huge. But, you know, because of global warming, all this pack ice that you see, this is melting away. And what is happening is, it is impacting their sea ice habitat, which is extremely important for them to hunt. They sit on this and then they hunt seals and all. They haven't yet adapted to do hunting on ground, but because the sea ice is melting so quickly, earlier there used to be sea ice which used to be formed, say, for 2-3 years. Aajkal 1 saal mein hi melt ho raha hai. So then, but what is happening is Svalbard, and particularly the Norwegian government, they have woken up to the reality and they have put together very stringent, you know, code of conducts for the people. And from this year itself, now they have put this, that cruise ships can't go closer than 500 meters near a polar bear, because they want that they should be able to hunt, they shouldn't be distracted by us. And even in the number of people, waste management, they have very strict and stringent rules. You know, so much so that, you know, when Tom Cruise was shooting for his movie, even his crew was not given permission to land extra helicopters and to go to the places where they wanted to go. So they are really, really enforcing this on people. And this is what I was sharing, like this was my cruise on which I was, and we had to always maintain 500 meter distance, which is like half a kilometer from the polar bear. Now, coming from the Arctic to Central America, which is Panama. So Panama connects North America to Central America, and so it's very, very important trade route for the entire world. But my main reason to go there was to meet these people. These are called the Embera. They are the tribes, they are the tribal, one of the 7 tribal people of Panama. So their life actually depends on the forest and the rivers. Even today where they live, you don't find roads. There are no roads. The only way to reach out to them is by taking a dugout boat, which takes around 2.5 hours to go there. They don't wear clothes. You know, they only wear clothes when there are tourists and all. You see this kid has this ink. So this is what usually they draw, which saves them from the light and from the insects and everything. Everything that they wear or consume is from the nature. Their life completely depends on them. So when Panama government was formed and when national parks came into being, they lost their land, you know, like they had no other means because the cap was put on the hunting and, you know, fishing and all the products. So they had 2 options. What should they do? Either, you know, they go to city, become what most of the people do, forget their, you know, culture and unique way of living, or they preserve their culture and find out a way that they are able to sustain it. So what they did was, they started reaching out to the travelers, foreign travelers and all that. They started inviting them to their homes. They started showing them their life. And they got a lot of traction from the foreigners, and then government actually woke up and it made a legal framework to basically safeguard their rights, to give them the rights for hunting and to give them the right for land. And they now train them, they take them. So now they have become the face of tourism. They are not the, you know, in the backdrop. Rather, they are becoming the face. So maybe there's a lesson for us over here that we also have a lot of tribes. We also have a lot of hill communities, you know, who could become the part, like not just using them, say, for the homestays program or just for their handicrafts, but maybe a bigger, more cohesive plan. We can work on that. And then from there, I went to Peru. I think everybody knows what this place is. How many people know? Just 1, 2, okay, 3. Okay, this is basically Machu Picchu. So Machu Picchu, this particular place is called the Lost City. It was kind of lost for many, many years. It was created 600 years ago. No, at that time there were no wheels, there was nothing to cut the rocks. This is an engineering marvel, you know, which was created by the Incas. and it's like super popular now. Every year, more than 1.5 million people visit this. Like when you think about Peru, people think about Machu Picchu. Like we think about Taj Mahal when we think about India. Similarly, when people think about Peru, they think about this place. So it was also grappling with over tourism. So what did the government do, to solve it? So basically, they put few things in order, which is they created quotas, the number of people who could go trek. In the peak season, it's 5,600 people daily. In lean season, it's 4,200 people daily, and that too, there's those particular time slots given to them for doing the trek, and there are various circuits so that all the people do not crowd the entire trail, and people can benefit, and the ruins are not disturbed because they want to preserve it for the future generation. And they made locals, the communities which were living on this side, run campsites or compensate them. So they made them a part of it. And they ran the entire thing now very sustainably. So much so that, usually you do a trek and then while coming back, you take a train ride. So even the train ride that they have got, what they have done is they have the local community people come there, they do a dance, they show their Andean customs and all that through dance, music and all. Plus, they run a fashion show every day in the train, which is of the alpaca wool. And people end up buying a lot of clothes from them. So I feel that this is a good example of how to marry adventure, culture, and economy together. And then, so basically they realize that tourism is actually a privilege. It's not a right. And if done sustainably, it could benefit the community, it could benefit everyone. And then Antarctica, it is a dream destination for so many people. And once you land your feet on Antarctica, you feel it's a different planet. There is like, जहाँ तक आपकी नज़र जाती है, आपको वहाँ पर बस दूर दूर तक sea ice, glaciers, big mountains, and maybe ikka dukka kahin par research centers you will see. That's all that you see. And cutest creatures in the world, which are the penguins. Like, you can watch them forever. They do such cute things, like going there. But for me, all this was very, very exciting. I loved it, and I didn't want to even return. It was so beautiful out there. But what was most thrilling and interesting was doing the polar plunge, where you actually jump into the ocean and the water is very cold. It's either 0 or below 0. And jumping into that, not knowing where the base of the ocean is and whether you can hold on to the current or not, it's actually quite thrilling. It's also quite scary because I'm not a very good swimmer, so I had my doubts whether I can do it or not. But this lady, she is 75-year-old. She was the first one to jump into that water, and she was doing every possible adventure, be it hiking, be it kayaking. She was doing everything. So I realized this thing that adventure is more about mindset than your physical, capability. And I always tell people, take an example. I actually show her picture to the people. I say that if she can do it, she's a 75-year-old, why can't you do it, But behind all this thrill and adventure, there was a sad reality also. I realized, when we were talking to our guides over there, that penguin colonies are on a decline. This particular penguin, which is the chin strap colonies, there are different kinds of penguins which are found in Antarctica, around 6. So this particular has declined the most. And why is that? Again, climate change. The oceans are becoming warmer. The krill farming is happening. So the food on which they live, that is being taken out, by the pharma companies and all that. And we are actually snatching their habitat for our own purpose, which is not right. They have no other place to go. So that was one thing. But the International Association of Antarctic Tour Operators, they know that how important this is for them. And I was really happy to know that the kind of, charter, the strict charter that they have put together, it's actually helping and it's creating a lot of awareness for their preservation. So whether it is about efficient waste management, or is it about giving the right briefing to all the guests who come on board, or the running expeditions which have a low impact on the continent. They are doing all this, and similarly in Arctic also. So I felt there's something that we can learn from them as well and apply it. So what did I learn? While there were many, many more countries in this series, what did I learn from this journey, Arctic to Antarctica, is basically, what I learned was that you need to be brave enough to step out of your comfort zone, because that is where growth happens. So whatever scares you, you should be ready to go out and go for it. If a girl from middle class, from small town can explore the world by herself, then everybody sitting in this room can, and I'm sure many would have already done it. And right now is actually the best time also, because tourism world is shifting, the trends are shifting. If you look at it, the latest trends which are happening in the adventure tourism is that people are now moving towards slow tourism. They are looking for more immersive travel. They are looking to travel like locals, and they are also going in for the travel basically which helps the place, which doesn't destroy the place. So maybe it's the right time for us to, be at the forefront and use those trends and create products around that. So let's copy some of the best ideas from at least the 5 places that I spoke about. So, yeah, so one is like from the Greenland, what we can learn is like, let's co-create products with the locals, let's not build over them. Let's build with them and for them. For Svalbard, let's protect the wildlife and the nature for which people come. Like for example, if people are coming to Uttarakhand for Valley of Flowers, they are coming for doing the treks and all that, then our first responsibility is to protect them. Then come tourists. First we have to protect the place. If that is protected, we will get enough and more tourists. And then from Panama, we need to empower the indigenous communities, and they should be the face of tourism, not just at the backdrop. And then Peru, let's put a cap on the number of people. Let's put a cap on the number of people who are visiting Valley of Flowers or who are doing any of the treks, because, and they need to do it, say, with the guides, because most of the time when people do it by themselves, they are not aware how they could be harming. So some strict rules should be put in there to fuel micro enterprises in that area. And Antarctica, let's build codes for tour operators, guides, and visitors. If we are able to do some of these things, I am pretty sure we will be able to build tourism model that is brave, beautiful, and that is going to last for many, many future generations. So thank you, thanks a lot. If you have any questions, please feel free.
Hello. My God. Thank you so much, ma'am. Your journey is quite impactful, insightful, Every slide you showed off took us to that particular place you have been to. Thank you very much for sharing your journey through your story. And now, I would like to request Mr. Mukesh Singh, Vice President of Indian Express Online Media, to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate Ms. Singh, ma'am. Come on, everyone, a big round of applause. Thank you so very much for sharing your inspiring stories with us and bringing the steps before all of us that we can work upon. All right, now we look ahead to the future of adventure travel in the Himalayas. Please welcome Mr. Rakesh Pant, co-founder of Trek the Himalayas, for a forward-looking session on emerging trends and opportunities in Uttarakhand's adventure tourism sector. Come on everyone, a big round of applause.
Very good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Archana, audience में जोश भरने के लिए for adventure. एंड क्योंकि अभी सब लोगों को जोश आ गया होगा क्योंकि अभी हम एडवेंचर में बातें करने वाले हैं एंड स्पेशल थैंक यू टू इंडियन एक्सप्रेस ग्रुप टू ऑर्गेनाइजिंग दिस इवेंट अलॉन्ग विथ उत्तराखंड टूरिज्म डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड. Similarly, I have dedicated 20 years of this industry, adventure industry, including as a 15-year as a CEO of Trek the Himalayas. Over these 2 decades, I have seen too many ups and downs in adventure tourism. And I confidently say, Uttarakhand has everything. When I say everything, we have rivers, we have lakes, we have high altitude lakes, we have paragliding hotspots, we have river rafting, so we are full of powerhouses. In the past decade, we have seen remarkable shift. From being seen as a place for spiritual tourism alone, we have emerged as a true India's adventure capital. This land has quietly and steadily built world-class adventure portfolio. But growth comes responsibility. As we look ahead, we must ask ourselves not as how many number of tourists we want. We are looking what kind of impact we want to leave. How can we balance number of tourists in adventure tourism in Uttarakhand and scale with safety and growth with grassroots empowerment? Over the next few minutes, I am sharing the data and states and suggestion how we can save the adventure in Uttarakhand. Let us imagine not just a busier Uttarakhand. We are looking at better Uttarakhand for our generation and for youth. Can you have a video, please?
Uttarakhand is now writing a new story, a story of adventure. Over the last 2 decades, the hills and valleys of Uttarakhand have become a hub for thrill seekers, explorers, and modern day wanderers. Trekking through alpine forests, skiing in Oli, rafting in Rishikesh, paragliding over Pithoragarh, and mountain biking in Tirupati. The mountains have opened up in new ways. They have opened to every adventure seeker. But this is not just about outdoor sports. This is about the future. Adventure tourism in Uttarakhand is creating a real change. It is creating jobs in remote villages. It is empowering local youth to become mountain guides, instructors, and entrepreneurs. It is giving women space in tourism industry who are running homestays, cafes, and gear shops. It is building a bridge between tradition and transformation. The future of tourism here lies in responsibility, in preserving the environment while allowing more people to experience its beauty. That's why new rules, eco-trekking zones, and skill training programs are needed. More than 30 lakh adventure tourists now visit Uttarakhand each year, and the number is rising. With better roads, improved safety system, guided expedition, and growing global attention, Uttarakhand will become India's adventure capital. And Uttarakhand is ready. This is where peace and adrenaline live side by side. This is where the next generation of adventures will rise. This is the future of adventure tourism, and it begins here in Uttarakhand.
Thank you. So we'll start with the brief history of tourism. Tourism Uttarakhand में बहुत पहले से था. I am talking about the before statehood, when we are not becoming an independent state. People here come for the चारधाम यात्रा, और उससे पहले कुछ लोग आते थे, केवल माउंटेनिंग और ट्रैकिंग ग्रुप्स ही आते थे. Even before gaining the statehood 2000, the region was only for religious चारधाम यात्रा route. But post 2000, when we become an independent state, with increasing awareness around nature, sustainability, and adventure, we witness the rise of ecotourism, especially for trekking, mountaineering, and adventure sports. The state acknowledged this and began positioning itself as an adventure and ecotourism hub. But after 2000, making room for business like ours to thrive and grow. If you look into our current statistics, tourism contributes around 5.5% of the state GDP. and we are giving around 3% of state population as a employment. These figures highlight the vital role tourism play in Uttarakhand development, making it essential to take strategic steps to boost this sector. If you look into the growth of tourism, Uttarakhand has seen significant increase in last 10 years. So we have a data of 2013 to 2023. Although there is slight dip on after 2013 because of the Kedarnath flood. The footfall tourists has steadily increased since then. In 2023, the state witnessed domestic footfall around 54.64 million, accounting approximately 3.16% of total domestic tourist visit in Uttarakhand. But we have little disappoint here. We have a similarly significant drops for international climbers and trekkers to Uttarakhand. I think Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board need to look into this matter. The tourism sector also play an important economic role in Uttarakhand state, employing around 7.6 crore people in financial year 2023. This data we have got it from the different platform in online media. Adventure tourism in particular has seen remarkable growth. If you are looking to a tourism, total tourism, religious tourism, adventure tourism, so we are gaining in every sector. Especially we have growth in rafting and trekking. We have not too much people are coming for mountaineering in Uttarakhand, but we have a very good growth in rafting, paragliding and trekking. See, let's talk about the region-specific growth. So everyone knows Rishikesh. So we'll start with the Rishikesh. Everyone knows Rishikesh is a yoga capital, also known as a hub of rafting and base of many activities. It is also base of Chardham Yatra route, where people can diversify for the Yamunotri, Gangotri and Badrinath, Kedarnath. Also base of, recently they have started many small adventure activity like bungee jumping. Beyond Rishikesh, we also have a new rafting zone, has opened up the across at Uttarakhand. Champawat in Kali River, we have a training center. We also recently done rafting championship. Even Tones in Uttarakasi district, it's becoming a new rafting hub for adventure people. Moving into trekking and mountaineering, we have 5 major districts: Uttarakasi, Chamoli, Pithoragarh, Rudraprayag and Bagusar. These are the powerhouses for the mountaineering and trekking. These districts currently offer 100 popular trails. So these trails, people are going in these locations, but we have 500 more unexplored trails which need to be mapped and trapped. Everyone knows that this year Honorable Prime Minister Shri Modi ji visited state and highlighted there should be a no off season. It is meaning a big, because when we say no off season means we have open door for a winter tourism. Even in monsoon we have a Valley of Flower track. I think around more than 20,000 and 30,000 people generally come for Valley of Flower track. Currently we are running 15 winter popular treks, like example Kedarkata, Chopta, Dehra Bugyal, Kumari Pass. These are the 15 popular treks we are doing, and every year we are taking more than 5 to 6 lakh people to the winter tourism. But we are not stopping here. We have other 100 winter trails in Uttarakhand, especially in Kumaon and Garhwal region. Meanwhile, Tihri also becoming a very popular destination, especially for for lake sports, like we are doing a kayaking championship. We are there. We are doing a lot of water activities, water skiing. Also, last year 2024, we have done Tihri Aero Show. This given a boost in the paragliding and air activity. It is also now emerging a paragliding hotspot. Along with, we have other destinations like Bhimtal, Pithoragarh, also a new hub for the paragliding sports. Skiing is also a significant component for adventure tourism, and Oli has emerged one of the most sought after destinations in this category. Additionally, there are other promising slopes like Dehra Bugyal in Uttarakasi and Khalia in Munshiari, Pithoragarh district. We have a very good slopes, and currently some mountaineering institutes are doing activity over there. So when we are talking about adventure, so adventure it is not possible without any training. आप लोगों को पता ही है कि अगर एडवेंचर है तो सेफ्टी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, और सेफ्टी तभी हो सकती है जब when we have a very good training in adventure sports. So I would like to appreciate initiative taken by the Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board. In the last few years, they have done an impactful step to give the training to the religious heritage guide course and trekking guide course. I think Poonam ma'am has data and how we have number of people we have trained there. This has empowered our youth across almost every district of Uttarakhand, which means our livelihood. Today, many of them working as a freelancer or entrepreneur and supporting their families while showcasing of rich culture to the world. But I think this is just a beginning. We have very good guides, but we need more technical guides. It's time to focus their high altitude guide training, especially attached with the first aid course. Because अगर first aid नहीं है तो they are not trained in case of emergency. Because adventure में अगर safety के साथ अगर हमारे guide fully trained नहीं होंगे तो हम लोग उनको properly manage नहीं कर सकते हैं, which is very essential for current adventure environment. और आप सब लोगों को पता है कि हमारे पहाड़ी जो युवा हैं, लड़के हैं, they are incredibly fit. They just need polish to their skills. They already done the mountaineering courses. We just need to polish and give them a right structural training. With the right guidance, they can become a world-class mountain guides. Also, trekking becomes more popular. We just need to manage our trails. आप लोगों को पता है कि we have Chardham, we have Panchkedar trails, we have Mahabharata, we have Pandava routes. We have all the routes. We just need to develop them and map them and showcase to the world. Uttarakhand, that is why we call Uttarakhand as a Devbhumi. So when we call Devbhumi, so we have a spiritual tales. We already done one initiative with Uttarakhand Development Board to map the Chardham trails, where we opened multiple short hikes on these Chardham trekking routes, especially in Tiri Garhwal, Pauri. And these trails already in the websites of Tourism Development Board and many online platforms. If we align adventure with culture and nature with sustainability and youth empowerment, the skill building, Uttarakhand will not just be a destination. We will become a model of adventure tourism in entire world. So when we say adventure, we must focus on the future of adventure tourism. This is what we are here today to discuss about the future. When we say about the future, we have to think about our borders. We have, Uttarakhand is connected with the two international borders, India and China. We have multiple villages over there. We need a more training, because if we leave the village, we will not able to run the trails. We have to re-migrate, we have to do re-migration on the villages and increase the footfall of the trekkers. More treks will lead higher footfall, directly boosting the local economy by exploring and developing new trekking routes in these villages. So we have Chamoli and Pithoragarh, Bagisar. Even in Pithoragarh district, we have multiple treks, but the treks is not yet open. We need a help from the UTDB to open the more trails, along with the associated with the forest department. So when we are talking about the adventure, so we are must facing some key challenges. इसमें हम लोग उत्तराखंड डेवलपमेंट बोर्ड और फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट और इवन द स्टेट अथॉरिटी से इसमें हमारा एक इवन फ्रॉम द प्राइवेट प्लेयर और स्टेक होल्डर्स, माई सजेशन इज दैट टू वी नीड अ हेल्प फ्रॉम द डिपार्टमेंट एंड अथॉरिटीज टू help on these challenges. The first challenge is infrastructure. We have infrastructure, but this area, the borders is not open round the year. Especially when we are talking about the winter tourism and round the year tourism in Uttarakhand in the monsoon season, we need proper communication setups in base villages. Some villages still not connected with the communication system. So we need help from the authorities to develop the infrastructure on these areas, especially like borders of India and Nepal and China borders. Number two, undeveloped safety and rescue system. This is very important. We have a big example of Nepal. Nepal has a lot of treks and they are welcoming a lot of international tourists. And why we are not able to welcome the international tourists? Because we do not have a proper rescue and safety system. We do not have a immediate evacuation system in the mountains. Definitely there are a lot of things is happening. A lot of people are going. When people come for the adventure, we see a lot of accidents happening. We have the headquarters, district headquarters, we have a base of SDRF, NDRF and local authorities. But we need support at the base of the track where we can get an immediate rescue support. So this is, we need a safety and rescue system properly at the base of the tracks. A satellite phone is now available. अभी मंत्री जी ने भी हमें बताया था कि satellite phone मिलने लग गए हैं और this is really good thing. हम लोग उस पर अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं और काफ़ी operators को उसमें help मिल रही है. But हमें mountain में जब पहुंचना है तो we need emergency evacuation. That is only possible by helicopters. So we need a proper heli rescue system at our slopes. Number three, at the last, ecological pressure. When we are talking about the adventure and treks, we have multiple treks. But why we are promoting only few treks when we have a multiple treks in these areas, so that we can give the low impact in the popular trails like Kedarkanta. Number of tourists are going. Everyone knows Kedarkanta. Everyone is going there. So, but why Kedarkanta? We have Gulabi Kanta, we have other trees in Kumaon. So we have to minimize the pressure on the forest region and fix up the daily trekking limits. Additionally, the government should promote the sustainable tourism practice with the help of, definitely it is not possible by the local authority or in the state. Definitely they need help with the stakeholders and the private operators. And private operators are open to discuss time to time with the forest department and the state authority. If the tourism department must ensure these will happen on the right slope, with the right help, we can definitely grow adventure tourism in Uttarakhand. And the end note, I would like to say we are not looking at busier Uttarakhand. We are looking at better Uttarakhand for our generations to come, for our youth and for our locals. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rakesh Pant, for sharing your vision with all of us. Now, I would like to request Mr. Roshan Pavaiya sir to felicitate Mr. Rakesh Pant on the stage. Everybody, please give a big round of applause, as this whole presentation was quite knowledgeable. Thank you very much, sir, for helping us how we can maneuver the skills and how we can bring up the potential that we have in the field of tourism. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this whole session was quite insightful, and now it is time for all of us to have our lunch. Also, one more thing I would like to mention, if you post anything on social media, do not forget to mention the hashtag ATM Dehradun. This is our hashtag we need to put whenever we upload anything on our Instagram stories or posts or Facebook or any other social media platform. So right now it is lunchtime and we will resume the session in next 25 minutes. So be back more energetic. Thank you very much. We have another presentation and one more session, panel discussion session lined up after the lunch, and our Honorable Chief Minister Shri Pushkar Singh Dhami is also about to join us. So looking forward for him to join all of us. Thank you very much.
does your mind go? Do you fly? Do you flow? Do you feel? Do you listen? What do you see when you close your eyes?
ये दशक उत्तराखंड का दशक होगा।
Hello, check. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have had your lunch, and we look forward to joining us, all of us here. मैं सभी लोगों से request करती हूँ, if you are done with your lunch, please join us because we are resuming the session in next 5 minutes. We have another presentation coming on the way along with the panel discussion session 2. So we request everyone to kindly regather as we are about to resume the session. Check. All right, so welcome back to Adventure Tourism Meet 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed your lunch. And moving further, we took a virtual tour to various regions of Uttarakhand. We also explored a few regions in Meghalaya. And Archana ma'am also took us through so many regions, so many parts of all the 7 continents. Now it is time for all of us to head to the trans-Himalayan landscapes of Ladakh. Please welcome Mr. Sevang Namgyal, Director, Snow Leopard Conservancy India Trust, who will share insights on balancing adventure with conservation in one of India's most pristine regions. Everybody, please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't see that many people now. They're still having lunch, or I'm not sure. Okay, in any case, I have the hard job of keeping you awake after this sumptuous lunch. So you're still awake. I hope you're not going to fall asleep because there are some lessons that Uttarakhand can learn from Ladakh. I think when it comes to adventure tourism, and we have been talking about starting snow leopard tourism in Uttarakhand for quite some time now. So it would be a good forum to discuss and discuss possibilities. Before that, let me tell you what is happening in Ladakh in terms of adventure tourism. There are a lot of products, but I won't go into each one of those products. What I would rather do is some of the issues that we started facing and how we are trying to tackle those is what I would like to focus on. Just to set the tone and tenor of this talk, I thought that I would think about these two quotes by some great thinkers and philosophers. Confucius, everyone knows that we have two lives, and the second one begins when we realize that we only have one. And I think sooner people realize that we have only one life, the better. And the other one is the world is a book, and those who do not travel read only one page, is the other perspective. So I just would like to leave you those two thoughts, very important. As you can see that travel is really important to broaden one's horizon and to have a wider world view. So these are the two thoughts that probably would inspire you to travel more, people who haven't been traveling. Now, talking about Ladakh, it's a true blend of unique culture and nature. When tourists come to Ladakh, they are not looking for Buddhist monasteries, festivals, but they are seeking the nature of Ladakh, which are really the, I would say, the unique selling point, if you will. And as I said, that I won't go in each one of them. What I would rather now talk about is the snow leopard tourism. Just before lunch, I was telling somebody that this tourism, snow leopard tourism, started way back in 2004-05. Before that, people came to Ladakh, spent months on end, but went back disappointed. They didn't see snow leopards that easily, but everything changed around that time when a National Geographic film was shot in Ladakh, and they hired some local youth and they gave a lot of bonuses if somebody spotted a snow leopard. And that is when it started. Before that, people spent months in isolated valleys in Ladakh, but they did not see snow leopard. But that's a thing of the past. Today, people come to Ladakh for a week, 10 days, and they go back quite happy, seeing a snow leopard, and with that lot of culture. So what we have been doing, how we have been developing this product is that we go to these places wherever villagers have a snow leopard, they get all these benefits through some of our programs. Their nature gets conserved, culture gets preserved, urban drift is stopped, which is a problem not only in Ladakh, but in Uttarakhand, but in many other Himalayan states. A lot of our youth are moving away from our rural areas, and this is a way to keep the youth in the villages, showing snow leopard the natural wealth and the cultural wealth, and that is what we have been able to achieve in these last couple of decades. And it empowers women. Everyone knows that the conservation-linked homestays was started in Ladakh, and this was the only this organization that had pioneered the homestay concept, and that is flourishing today. Various other agencies and organizations also have taken up and making it more popular and more effective. And it also helps in educating children when through the revenue generated through the snow leopard tourism. As I said, there are a lot of products. I won't get into them. The way forward, till now, tourism in Ladakh happened. There was no action, no active promotion, but now that has to change. The way forward, there's this beautiful saying or a quote by a great thinker, Wendell Berry: when we no longer know what to do, we have come to the real work. When we no longer know which way to take, we have begun our real journey, and that is where we are. It is truly at that juncture when we have to take a lot of decisions. As I said, that tourism in the past in Ladakh happened organically, it grew organically, but now things are not hunky-dory. We need to recognize that and understand what is happening. If you do not know the problem, you cannot find good solutions, and that is what we are talking about here. How many of you have visited Ladakh, by the way? Just wondering. Okay, that's almost 30-40%. And how many of you have visited Hanle? Okay, again the same number. So all of you who went to Ladakh visited the Hanle Valley. And no wonder, because Hanle Valley has been now projected as the destination to visit in Ladakh, and there are 2-3 reasons for that. One is the recently built the highest motorable road in the world. So Ladakh broke its own record for being the place with the highest motorable road. And the Hanle Valley is also declared as a dark sky reserve, and it's a wildlife sanctuary. We have some beautiful creatures living in this valley. One of them is a species called the Palaces cat, and I don't know how many of you, so I won't ask you because I don't have much time to really see, do that assessment, but I'm sure many of you might have seen that cat. The snow leopard, Ladakh is known for snow leopards, but it's also, it has some beautiful other creatures. And from now on, my talk would have an undertone, an ecological undertone. So you'll realize that, because I'm not a tourism expert. I've been trained as an ecologist, so let me talk about that. And I think that's a more unique perspective that I can bring to this table. And so a couple of years ago, a Palaces cat's cub was run down by a speeding car in the Hanle Valley. There is a population of about 10 Palaces cats in that valley, and that means 10% of the population was gone in 1 year. And now just you can imagine, and this is because of the improvement of all the infrastructure, the road. Somebody was telling in one of the previous sessions that it's better if you have all the road conditions bad, and I think that rings true for this area also, because really nice road, so people are just speeding there, be it tourists, military personnel, locals, laborers, they all go there, and 1% of that species is gone, and that is very sad. I think we call ourselves the most intelligent species on the planet, and if that is something that we cannot take care of, it being such an important species for the ecosystem services that we receive, and also the economic incentives that local communities are getting, despite that, if we cannot manage such a small population of this species, then I think that is very unfortunate. The other thing is that I'm sure that whoever you visited Ladakh, they visited in the summer, and summer is the season when the migratory birds also visit Ladakh. They go back to the plains in the winter, they come back in the summer, and so there is a very high level of overlap, both spatial overlap and temporal overlap between migratory birds and tourists, right? So all the tourists, all the military personnel, laborers, locals, everyone want to go to places like this, some of these beautiful wetlands and green pastures to camp, picnic, and have a good time. And these are the places, again, which are used by these migratory birds, very important. I will, I don't have much time, but I would like to tell you the story that there are migratory birds coming to Ladakh, crossing peaks of more than 7,000 meters every year. And we talk about lack of oxygen, high altitude sickness. These birds do that every year. They face very difficult situations and they come to places like Ladakh. Several years ago, I was studying the bird migration across the Himalayas. We found some individual birds spending sometimes up to a week in the middle of nowhere, just in the Gobi Desert. On a satellite map, everything is barren, dry, so we wondered why they stopped there. When we went and visited those places, even in these dry places in the desert, there's a spurt of rainfall and a small ephemeral pool gets created for a week, and these birds are stopping there to feed on the invertebrate that are growing in those little pools just for a week. Now, with that, imagine if those little places hold high significance for these migratory birds, then look at these wetlands, how important these wetlands would be for these birds. They are just so significant, and that is something that all tourists, locals, everyone needs to understand, that there are species other than humans who are also trying to eke out a living from these kind of very challenging and unyielding land, and that is something that we often ignore. So now, just segueing into a similar, the responsible tourism that we talk about so much. And I have a simple question. We have been defining all these different types of tourism, and today, in fact, there are so many buzzwords that people simply get confused. Responsible tourism, green tourism, sustainable tourism, this tourism, that tourism. A lot of people are bogged down by all these buzzwords and things that oftentimes they don't understand, right? So what is the definition of responsible tourism, if I might ask you? According to the many of the tourism experts, they say that responsible tourism means to create better destinations for tourists and to create better living spaces for the local communities or the local people. Now, my simple question to you is that enough? Is that adequate? Is that enough? Yes, no, no, right? So what is missing in this equation? No. The wild animals, I told you that the whole talk now would have an ecological undertone. The wild animals were completely ignoring the importance of the snow leopard. If the snow leopards are not there, the population of the mountain sheep and goats will explode, and that will lead to overgrazing, and that would lead to flooding, and tourists would be affected by those floods also, and we have seen that in recent years, right? And so that is on one side of the spectrum. On the other side, you have all these bacteria in some of the wetlands and the meadows that I showed you. There are bacteria living in those green patches that are latching heavy metals. They are cleaning our waterways. They are cleaning our water, cleaning our air. We have absolutely no understanding with that. We do not pay any attention to them, and that is very unfortunate, and I think that is very dangerous for us, like, as a society, how we want to kind of live in a place without any consideration for this, often at our own peril. And so this is what is missing. So all the tourism pundits talk about responsible tourism, and not a single time these wild animals feature in many of these documents. And that shows that we just take an anthropocentric approach to this whole thing, and we are basically selfish and greedy people. We just think about our own well-being and our own happiness, and we have no consideration for these wild animals, and that's often at our own peril, as I said. That should not be done. I think we need to be more accommodative for our own benefit and for our own well-being is something that I wanted to convey. And coming back to the Himalayas, and I think it's not just true about the Himalayas, but across the world, the cultural erosion of the cultural values among our youth. When we ask our youth today what their needs and what their aspirations are, well, when we ask them, do they respond to moral and social incentives? No. Do they respond to economic incentives? Definitely yes. And that is where lies the problem. We have the Adanis and Ambanis as role models. There's no limit to their selfishness and no limit to their want. A great Buddhist philosopher had once said that he is the richest person on the planet who knows the upper limit of his wealth. If somebody doesn't know that, no matter what he gets, even if he gets the entire world, he won't be satisfied, and that is human nature. So each one of us, it's an individual game. We need to set that limit. This is my limit. I need 2 houses. I need 2 cars, and that's about it. And I'm having a good time. I also need to let other people and let other species also enjoy and have the same kind of happiness that I would like to have for myself. And that is, I think, the moral values, the social values, that's what we are talking about. We had that in abundance in the Himalayas all across, but we have lost that, unfortunately. And how we regain that, how we take those back is something that all of us need to sit and think together. Aspirations, is it about knowledge and wisdom? No, they don't care whether they know about all of these. The bacteria are living there or not. They simply do not care as long as they are getting some profits, getting some money. That is not enough. I think if you really want to progress as a society, as a country, then I think all of these little things need to be thought through. Development. I often call these the 3 H's of development, and how we need to convert these 3 H's to 3 S's. In the mountains, I'm sure in Uttarakhand also, when we talk about development, There are some people coming from thousands of kilometers away, and they take all the calls. They decide everything. They don't need to consult to the local people. They just do everything because there's some money lying there. We need to finish it off, and they just go in a rush and then develop something humongous which has no value for the society, no value for the villagers, no value for the wild animals, but simply there's some money, they just do that, right? And so hasty, we do everything in a rush, and we do everything with this air that I know it all, I don't need to go. I have been to some of the top technology institutes, the MBAs. I know everything. I don't need to consult the local communities. And then haphazard. It's quite haphazard that way. And so that needs to be slow, sensible. It should make ecological sense. It should make cultural sense. And then by default, it can be sustainable. So that is my mantra of development. Lastly, I'll just leave with this, the sustainability that is, what is sustainability, by the way? Sustainability is it is coming from this root word called sustain means to support, right? So we should be supporting the ecology, we should be supporting the culture, we should be supporting the economy. Above all, we should think about the well-being of the people. So for me, these four are the pillars of sustainability. Start something very small, see how it goes, whether that's truly benefiting you, your neighborhood, the villagers, and the society at large, and then scale it up slowly, looking at the impact on the ecology, looking at the impact on the society, culture, whatever you care about. You look at the impact on those things, and always use local resources, right? If you transport in resources from thousands of kilometers away, by default, that's going to have environmental cost. And I'll just share one more story if you have time, that in Ladakh today, there is this, people are really with great excitement, enthusiasm, they talk about converting Ladakh into an organic state, although a lot of people do not really have any idea how to do that. But what is happening, the government is putting a lot of money to start homestays, and they're making it mandatory to have flush toilets. Somebody was mentioning a little earlier, and what does that do? That kind of puts all the night soil, the manure, that were such great nutrients for the fields, the crops, all of them, that is now getting drained into the ground, and it contaminates the groundwater, right? And to make Ladakh organic, they are importing all these manure from thousands of kilometers away, and at all the environmental cost. The trucks that bring all this manure, they stop at some of these high passes, and they spew carbon, and that carbon goes and settles on the glaciers, right? And then people complain that the glaciers are melting. So we are making the glaciers melt, right? So this really does not make sense to trying to find a solution. You create 10 more problems, right? So these are the things that we need to really think about. And in the end, I would just say that at the center of it should be the well-being of the people, the local people, and then economy, ecology, and education. The 3 E's of tourism, I call them. It's very important. You think about these 3 things, the 3 E's. That is the economy. Of course, it should make economic sense. It should benefit the local communities, but then always not at the cost or expense of the ecology. because if the ecology is compromised, then you can never have a good livelihood and a good economy running. And the last E is that all of us in this country need to educate our children, because whatever happened till now happened. We need to have better citizens in the future. The next generation should do things sensibly. So that is the education part. I think we are not doing that enough. We need to go to schools and colleges and really tell them and teach them how to travel. Travel to learn, learn to travel. And that's all I have today in this short time. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Namgyal sir, for sharing your thoughts and your views with all of us, and sharing your vision with us. Well, ecological sustainability was the most important approach, I guess, that you shared with all of us. Now I would like to request Pavaiya sir to kindly join us on the stage, and please felicitate Mr. Namgyal sir. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause. All right, moving further for our second panel discussion, which is themed New Directions and Innovations in Adventure Tourism. So this topics include everything from glamping and luxury adventure to new experiences like astrotourism and much more. So now I would like to invite our moderator. Please welcome back Mr. Roshan Pavaiya to moderate this forward-looking session. And along with him, I would like to invite all the panelists, Mr. Sanjay Sharma, CEO and co-founder of Organic Hideaways and All Key Solutions, a leader in boutique eco retreats and smart hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, please put our hands together. Mr. Prabhat Verma, Executive Director, Lee Passage to India Journeys, a seasoned tourism professional bringing international perspective to experimental travel, and Mr. Ramashish Ray, founder, Starscapes Experiences, blending astronomy and tourism in powerful new ways. Ladies and gentlemen, looking forward for this power-packed session, please put your hands together and welcome our panelists along with moderator. Over to you guys.
Thank you. And this being the last panel discussion of the day, I think we've already had some very great takeaways during the day with the various presentations on Ladakh, on Meghalaya, on Uttarakhand tourism, and of course Ramashish as well, his Starscapes, and how that can actually be another area that can get a new form of tourism and has to be developed. In this discussion, we're going to be looking at the more technologically enabled side of adventure tourism. And, while on one hand you have the trekking and hiking and that sort of thing, these days there are a lot of tourists who are looking for a lot more. They want the adventure, they want the rawness of nature, but at the same time they also want some amount of luxury. And that's where I think the concept of glamping has come about. It's no longer just a regular tent, it's a tent with all the facilities in it. But what does that do to the ecology? What does that do for the local communities? All of that is what we will look at in this. I'd like to start with Mr. Sanjay Sharma. You're the CEO and founder of All Key Solutions Services and Organic Hideaways. What are your thoughts on the technologically enabled side of adventure tourism?
Thank you, Jay. It's really wonderful to come here and share the stage with you people. I have been in the industry. I have been in the industry for more than 3 decades. I created various tourism destinations around India and abroad as well. But the core what we understood post-COVID was the future remains with the sustainability, with eco-consciousness, and the third, it goes with the storytelling. Taking all into the consideration, we thought of, because we created glamping in other places as well. So in India, we pioneered in 2022 or 21. And the thought process was only about creating a program where we can give the nature as it is, without disturbing the environment, with minimum impact of carbon imprints, having all the local people surrounding us. We trained them for 6 months. We created this project in the name of Eco Glamp in Kanatal, and hiring all the people locally, nobody from IHM or a travel institutes. So we trained them for 6 months, and today, from last 2.5 years, every guest who is coming to us is thrilled to have the experience. The local things are available, local vegetations which we use, local communities involved, local vendors are involved. We took them for a small tracks. We designed a program where they can have some stories to tell to the people whom they will be meeting post coming from EcoGlam. So idea was very simple, but creating in this middle Himalaya ranges, it's not that easy. We have to use the local resources. We cannot bring the heavy material on the top. No mechanism has been used, but we integrated with the IT technology, with the AI functioning into the subject, where people should be accustomed to, because they know, because the target which we are catering is of people who are traveling and moving to the 5-star properties. So our tariff also ranges on the same rate. So we have to deliver everything according to the 5-star standards. That was also in the mind in giving the delivery. So this is all the concept about, because now everybody is liking it. And on the social media as well, our presence is very strong. The day we entered into Kanatal, hardly anybody knew about Kanatal in India, nobody knew in abroad. But we have been highlighted in more than 200 publications. Our social media reach is like we have crossed 3 million people in last 2.5 years. Average 10,000 people watch our Instagrams and Facebook daily. Our queries are big. And the result is that in Kanatal only, there are 4 more glamping destinations have come up. And the growth which is it's going up, I think India is the most promising in the worldwide. It is rising by 40% of growth as compared to 13% worldwide. So this glamping is really taking over the adventure, because and wherever the adventure is there, you can create the glamping destinations.
Thanks. Prabhat, the passage to India, you have a lot of foreign clients, and I mean that's your USP, right? You get foreign clients to come into India and enjoy the various adventure sports and tourism that we can offer here. How have you seen this grow in the last few years, and what role do you see technology helping you in disseminating the information about adventure tourism in India?
Very good question, thank you. So yes, if I wear my inbound hat, that means if I talk about the inbound travelers that come to India from all over the world, I think there are a lot of areas of concern, and at the same time we can also use technology as solution to those problems. Just to give you a couple of examples, that in many places in the country we have not been able to distinguish whether we want to go the quality way or the quantity way. We have seen some unspoiled destinations earlier now falling victim to mass tourism. Ladakh is a very good example, Goa is another example, many places in Uttarakhand are actually going the same way. So I think to take example, or when we look at the other countries like Peru and Argentina, which Archana spoke about as role models, we should actually now talk about keeping a tab or putting a tab on number of people we need in every destination, which is only possible through, technology. We can actually create or devise apps or some programs wherein people have to book in advance before coming to any trail, whether it is for hiking or for trekking. Some of the most popular destinations in the world, like Inca Trail in Peru, even they have a cap on 50 people every day. There was a time that, it used to get overcrowded, so government said, no, before it is too late, we should actually, let people book in advance. So people book online, they wait for 6 months for their turn, only then they are able to do the Inca Trail. Same thing is happening in New Zealand with the Milford Sound Trek. Same thing is happening with Bhutan. They have a number of travelers they need. There's a sustainable development fee you have to pay as an Indian, which is 1,200 rupees or $100 a day as a foreigner. So all the countries in the world are looking at quality of tourists, not quantity. But I think we seem to be going the other way. In many places I've seen, which used to be such pristine and beautiful, nobody wants to go there now. The offbeat traveler doesn't want to go there because these are overcrowded. There's a mass tourism and so many places in Uttarakhand itself. Unfortunately, we are sitting in Uttarakhand today and we are, talking about these places which used to be so nice, like Valley of Flowers, or even recently, last week, there was a video that was circulated on social media about Deoria Tal, which is, such a beautiful lake with Chopta as a base. You go there on a day hike. I remember I used to go there literally every 2 or 3 years, having been there at half a dozen times. Last week when I saw the video, I think I would never like to go there again. There were 100 people singing Punjabi songs and, the voice was echoing. The locals came, they put their foot down, they requested them not to do this in a holy place like that, but they became only louder. So unless the government is not serious about what kind of people they want on their trails and how to discourage these activities, we are just beating around the bush. So I think when we talk about innovation, we need to first of all control the numbers and devise programs and softwares where we actually make people wait. And this is the only way to create the value for the destination, because now anybody thinks of any destination and next thing you know is they're driving up there. And as a result, hundreds are landing there and the place doesn't have the capacity. So I think we should definitely look at taking tips from the other destinations which are doing better than us. And since we have more, our product is, I think, more varied and more diverse than many other countries in the world. But still, when we talk about the inbound numbers, many tour operators I used to work with earlier, they used to send a lot of groups, to India for tiger sighting. They don't want to come anymore because they say, Prabhat, the kind of ruckus the Indian travelers are making inside, our tourists that we send often come back with the complaints. So that is the message we are sending. Why can't we keep a tab on safari numbers? Why can't we keep a tab on how many people want to hike every day? So I think till these problems are not sorted, and if we cannot use technology to help us, then I think we need to learn a lot. Yeah, so there's a big lacuna there. Thank you.
Right. Now we'll circle back to this. I just want to get Ramashish's view on this, and he is fighting for dark spaces because now, one big downside to infrastructure growth and urbanization is that we have so much more. India now says we have 100% electricity coverage, so yes, there's more light everywhere. And for stargazing, you need dark spaces and you need clean skies. I have been to Hanle, and even in Hanle, it is now difficult to actually sit and spot the sky because all the campsites that have come up, some of them have laser lighting and all of this, which should not happen in a place like Hanle. So how do you kind of regulate something like this?
Okay, so since that's a specific question, not technology, let me share some stats. The astrophile or the astrotourism community may look very small, but my stats show that it can be almost 10 to 15% of all tourists. I'm not talking about the mass religious tourists, and globally there is a light pollution meter, which is again technology, which is used by most astrophile as a community before they actually would come to a site. So when we were doing Nakshatra Sabha, there was a very different target group which came to Mussoorie. I was conscious that it will be so, but very different when it came to Benital or somewhere far away, because these guys actually will ask questions like, what bottle sky is it? So that's kind of a scale which we use, right? And if it is not below, if Delhi is 9, and if it's not below 4 or 3, they won't come. Now, fact of the matter is, 80% of the earth is light polluted. I won't say it's all 9 like Delhi, but anything beyond 4 is considered light polluted, where you can't see a minimum number of stars. Okay. Now, what do you do about it? And why I do believe there are actually solutions available globally. And I'll share something which we are trying here as a pilot. Interesting thing is, US, very developed nation, New Zealand, parts of Europe, all developed. They have enough lights, but they have designated dark sky reserves as well as dark sky towns. So people living with 7, 10,000, 15,000 population, which have been designated dark sky, which means you can see the Milky Way from there in the night. Now, how did they do it? There are, of course, meters in terms of the downlighting, which you use. Architectural rules set. It's not I have to invent it. It is there globally. You are just talking about downlighters. Second, lumens. You don't really need a blasting 200-watt LED bulb. Sometimes you would have seen them there looking up at the sky. Actually, you need the light below. And you don't need that much. But when LED revolution happened, we all thought we'll save energy. But actually, India's consumption of energy went up. So I see it, so that, and then nowadays there is sensor-based lighting. You use lighting when you need it. So the best thing about this is it's a win-win. India is energy starved. I don't think we are saying we need more of it, right? Yes, we need lighting. On the other hand, there is technology available today that best of hotels and everything, they can, lower their electricity bill. So what we are trying to do in Uttarakhand is a pilot with ghost villages, where we can involve those community, train them as astro guides, they earn from this, and they then employ these practices and therefore protect it. But whether it can become a regulation, that would be my dream, but let's see if that's possible. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, the other part, of promoting adventure tourism in India is that around the world, there are a lot of adventure tourism companies, whether it's parasailing, paragliding in the Swiss Alps or wherever. Somehow, I've traveled there and I've been more confident in engaging with an operator there and going parasailing than I have in Birbiling or anywhere here, right? Because we read in the news about certain accidents, you do not know the age of the harnesses and the clasps that are used, and there is no regulation. So what do you think can be done to ensure that we have 100% safety, and which can probably reassure travelers coming in for adventure tourism? I'd like to start with you, Sanjay, and then take Prabhat's thoughts.
I think first of all, we should understand what is the capacity of every equipment is being used in adventure, especially for bungee jumping or rafting. What training, the zip lining, everywhere, what training people have got, the instructors, who are the instructor, who has been trained, where they have been trained, whether they are certified or not. And there has to be a regular check of process to be done by the department. But now I think department is yet to establish who will go do and do the checking, because if you're saying something to the local person, he might get offended. It's day-to-day business. So this it's a two-way process. Like we have to curtail the number of people also who are coming, and we should understand, like there are around about I think 900 rafts in Rishikesh area, and they say that they get about 20,000-25,000 people a day. How it's possible? It's not possible technically, because one raft will take at least 3 hours to go and come back. So it's something, it is, if 1,000 are there officially, there must be more than that. It will be double the size. Then the problem occurs when any accident happens, there is no system placed. Something we discussed earlier with the ACO That time the Colonel Pundir was there. We discussed with them that we should have at least the speed boats which can enter into the Ganga and go the backwards also. Because and there is some issue with the Namami Gange policies that they cannot run a motorboat into that. But for an ambulance part or for a safety, you have to use the gadgets. So if you are looking to the bungee jumping, there again, there are thousands of people entering daily into those parks. There is no check. So who will do the check? That's the issue. So we have to we have to keep an advisory board who should do the regular checks in all those tourist places. Like in Kanatal, there are so many of adventure parks who are making their Burma bridges on the bamboo staircases. So it's nobody knows what's the strength, what's the life of that bamboo bridge. If somebody falls, it's gone because you are on the top of the valley. So this is still a question, but we are not the right people to address it.
Right, right. Prabhat, what is your take on how we should address safety?
Yeah, so I think we need to up our game. You know, when people talk about adventure, unfortunately, India doesn't even feature on the adventure world map. So even a tiny country like Nepal, you know, is the first thing that comes to people's mind. Though they have Mount Everest, we got plenty of other things. You know, we got Himalayas, we got Nilgiris, we got Western Ghats, we got, you know, Sayadris, we got Aravallis, we got everything that we need to use to promote tourism to India. But unfortunately, like he also said, we need some kind of a, you know, not only moral policing, but we need to ensure that every vendor, whether it is a single activity like bungee jumping or a river rafting or paragliding, every outfitter and every vendor there needs to be approved by the government or by the Adventure Tourism Association of India, which many travel companies like us are members of. When I travel to these places, I speak to these people and I tell them to become a member of the association. They say, why for? I mean, what is the need? Because, you know, they are getting business. Indians are the ones who would never check their accreditation. They would just go for the rate. And this leads to a lot of accidents. Every week we are coming across, you know, news about either some accident while bungee jumping or while river rafting or while paragliding. All this can be curtailed. All this can be nipped in the bud if there is regulation and if associations in association or in partnership with Government of India ensure that everyone who is running any business in these places is approved and certified person. Because associations are also conducting courses every now and then. Next week we have a course on I think rescue and first aid in the Himalayas. So many travel agents I know have already enrolled for that course. Similarly, if we ensure that every vendor is coming regularly for these courses, I think our professionalism level would go a notch higher, which is exactly what we need. And as I mentioned earlier also that, you know, foreigners when they come to India, they need to really see a very seasoned, a very professional setup in any activity that they undertake. So till we cannot take care of that, I think we cannot look at more numbers. You know, when other countries are doing 50 million, 60 million, 70 million tourists a year, since last 20 years, we have been struggling to, you know, reach the 10 million mark. I think why we lag behind is because of all these things which we take lightly, because as a country, as a, you know, nation, as individuals, we all have that chalta hai attitude. We don't really go deep into checking the, you know, credentials of any vendor we are using. So I think all these things would take a little time, but it's high time people got together, work in collaboration with each other, and I think we can definitely overcome these problems.
Right. Ramashish, I mean, we've heard about the safety part of it, but your thoughts on any new innovations that can be done to attract the kind of adventure tourists that we want in India?
Okay. I will, however, mention one thing on safety.
Yeah.
On astrotourism also, we recently had an incident where couple went outskirts of Chennai on a bike just to enjoy stargazing in the middle of nowhere, and they were assaulted. So there is a safety aspect, especially in astro, if you are, you know, because there is a night element to it. There's wildlife element to it and all that. So one thing which I could think of is, most of us, if you take the Singapore hawker market as an example, if you have a rating system which is done by a certification agency, like we all know, if you go to a Taj, we expect something, right? What is that? It's a 5-star. 5-star means XXX. If it's a Michelin star restaurant, it means YYY, right? So yes, you could be certified and all that, but, and we know Google ratings, sometimes people play around. But it's very much possible if governments start looking at, as a regulatory body, to rate transparently, yearly, almost like a fitness certificate for cars. If we could do that, any state could start it, maybe Uttarakhand can start it. And in that case, they will all become association members on their own because they need to learn those things. Yeah, so that's something I could think of.
Yeah, that's an interesting. But who's going to bell the cat, Sanjay?
For innovations, definitely. In our glamping, there's a huge scope of, because we are creating a couple of more destinations now, and we are using the completely AI technology in every domain of the departments, all the departments, where guests can enroll themselves and enjoy the nature, the facilities, the ambience, and they're all like, you don't have to be in person everywhere, because now what happens normally, we have different type of guests coming to our place, especially people coming from Punjab. They want only drinks, snacks, nothing else. They just want to sit and enjoy. They don't have anything else to understand. Like we have our own parameter, like 11:30 in the night, we'll switch off the lights, then you can see the stars. So we have to train them to our guests. Okay, our kitchen is open till 10:30 last. Food is ready. You want to get it warm. Oven is there. You can do it yourself. Enjoy the bonfire and inside the stars you can see directly. Because I met Ramashish first time, Jadong, and he showed me that telescopes and everything. So I brought one telescope to my place, and I thought that will be a very creative thing to do. But I think the second day it got broke down. So from till that day onwards, it is a showpiece. People are using it as a selfie point. People are taking pictures and putting it on the. So, like, everybody want to tell some story, and like they're the people that the Indian travelers especially. It's very difficult to train them. You have to basically train them. You have to give them the guide. What things are allowed, what things are not allowed. If you are going to the nature track, you don't have to throw anything away. So we send our people together. They go with them, bring the trash back. You have to keep the place environment safe, clear. So innovations in technology, we can do it for the services, but for the nature, it's very difficult. But again, if we'll remain like that, so definitely people will also change.
No, very interesting point you made about selfie leke Instagram pe dalna hai. And so that is I think something that can also be used in a positive way.
Yeah.
To spread the message of responsible tourism, right?
It happens in responsible tourism. Like I have many guests coming to our place because this is a lifetime experience to come and enjoy the glamping, especially from the corporate world of Noida and Gurgaon. They take the EMIs, pay by credit card, but they want to be there for at least one night. We tell them that experience is not for one night. You have to stay for 2 nights or 3 nights. You have to feel the entire glamping experience.
Sustainable.
The cloud, the sustainability, go for your nature walk, go for a forest bathing. So say, what is forest bathing? You have to spend time in the forest. So what will you do? We will do there. There's no Wi-Fi, no networking. So I took them a couple of times, and this is how we have to be sit here quietly, take the energy from the trees. But there are some people that taking the energy from the selfie and phone. So this is the life now.
Right. Prabhat, we were talking about new innovations and technology, and social media is one such tool which can be used in a positive way to promote positive adventure tourism. Your thoughts on how we can utilize it?
So the answer is yes and no. Social media, yes, can be used to our advantage. We have seen that many accommodations, whether it is glamping or a new lodge or a new hotel or a homestay, they have been active on social media, and as a result, they have been able to get the return on investment. But at the same time, many irresponsible Instagram aggregators have actually been responsible for killing a destination, because these destinations used to be offbeat, and when they expose it, you have, large numbers landing there week after week. So social media, we can use it to our, advantage, but it can also backfire. So like every coin has two sides. I think Instagram is also one thing where we should actually not believe everything we see, but at the same time, we should, use it only to our advantage. So yes, I don't know how to handle it, but yeah, it's a tricky question, but as I said, every coin has two sides.
Okay. Ramashish, your thoughts on how you can use social media for encouraging responsible adventure tourism?
So we do a fair bit of it. By the way, before that, Sanjay, I think the fact that the telescope is broken and it's not being used shows that I run a managed service. So that's why my business survives. Anyone can buy a hardware. So positive to that. Okay, so one of the things, I was just speaking to somebody here, the way we use it is to show how the sky looks when there is no lights, same place, and how it looks with a lot of lights. There is a famous viral shot of someone in Ontario, actually, I think, where lights went off for some time, and he was an astrophile. So there was a shutdown, and he went out, and he shot his city that night. And then the next night when the lights were up. So we keep doing these kind of things, which powerfully bring out what happens to you, whether it's in Delhi or Sariska. Actually, in Delhi also, at times we are able to do that. Also, we use technology in one way, which you said, selfie. Increasingly, technology allows me to take shots of you with the backdrop very easily, with smartphones attached to telescopes, and people want it. They want that shot of the moon, or they want that shot of Jupiter along with themselves. So we use technology in that way, and hopefully next time, like the glaciers disappearing, he doesn't see that. And so, oh, this time I didn't get it because of light pollution.
Okay. Yeah. I'll just add to this, like for awareness, we normally keep telling people, coming to the glamping is a journey of your soul. And it's all about how you can rejuvenate yourself. And people have felt the difference. And on our staircase, we have kept a monitor on a tree, and we have written, no technology, no Wi-Fi available. But we have Wi-Fi, but we tell people, just shut down your phones and come and enjoy, have your soulful journeys, have some stories, create your own stories, spend the night with yourself. That's the best thing you can do.
Right. The technology has two sides to it. I mean, when I first went to Ladakh in 2008, 2009, there was no cell phone network, and for 12 days I was without my phone, and that was the best experience I could ever have. You didn't have to look, the phone became a camera, nothing else, right? But now, even in Ladakh, the last time I went was last year, and almost every place, including Hanle, has a cell phone network now. So that is the downside to technology. I think we're almost out of time. If there is any question in the audience, we'll take one question and then we'll wind up. Do we have any questions? Right. Okay. So I think we're out of time, and I think this has been a wonderful session.
Thank you.
And hopefully we've had some very good takeaways from the day here on responsible adventure tourism. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank my panelists. So thank you.
Hello, check. So a round of applause, everyone, for this panel discussion session, everybody. Please put your hands together. Well, thank you so much to our moderator as well as the panelists for this thought-provoking discussion. And your expertise truly hold a lot of value, and it added a lot of knowledge to our minds also. Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite Mr. Satish Bahuguna from Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board to kindly join us on stage and felicitate all the panelists on board. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the session. I would also like to invite Mr. Mukesh Singh on the stage. I would like to request Mr. Mukesh Singh, Senior Vice President and Revenue Head, to kindly join us on the stage and felicitate Mr. Satish. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. All right. So each and every session was quite productive in terms of tourism and development. With this, we have come towards the end of this event to bring this remarkable day to a close. I would now like to call upon Mr. Mukesh Singh, Senior Vice President and Revenue Head, Indian Express Online Media, for the vote of thanks. Everybody, please put your hands together.
Good afternoon, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude this enlightening session on adventure tourism in the beautiful northern region, I express my heartfelt gratitude. It is an honor to extend my thanks to all those who have made this event possible. Our guest of honor, Shri Satpal Maharaj Ji, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of Uttarakhand, and Mr. Abhishek Rohila, Additional Secretary Tourism, Government of Uttarakhand. Thank you both for your presence and valuable contribution to this seminar. I would also like to extend my gratitude towards Mr. Satish Bahuguna from Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board. This event has been made possible by his efforts. I would also like to thank Mr. Philip Tarang, Assistant Director, Meghalaya Tourism Department, our partner, for sharing the insights on adventure tourism. I would like to express our appreciation to our distinguished guests, speakers, and panelists. Your global insights and expertise have illuminated the significance of responsible adventure tourism in India. I'm sure we go home today motivated to embrace and promote the rich, natural, and cultural heritage of our country. To the attendees, young and experienced, we hope this meet helps you work towards preserving the unique ecosystem and cultural diversity. On behalf of Indian Express Online Media, we will ensure that the learnings from this session are taken far and wide. Thank you once again, and we look forward to our continued collaboration in making India a shining example of safe and responsible adventure travel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. And thank you each and everyone for being a part of this Adventure Tourism Meet 2025 here in Dehradun, of course. Your presence, ideas, Your presence, ideas, and energy made this day truly special. Thank you to all the panelists and all the presenters on board. Let us carry forward the spirit of adventure responsibly, inclusively, and sustainability. Thank you very much, Indian Express Online Media, for providing me with this opportunity to host this program right before everyone. Thank you so much. Looking forward to meeting all of you in our next event. Thank you so much.